Lee Summit is your destination for big city vibes and small town charm.
Head to the downtown Lee Summit Farmers Market, where local meets fresh. Then grab a cup of coffee and discover a variety of shops and boutiques just around the corner. Continue the fun in downtown Lee Summit at a retro arcade bar. Discover your new beer at one of our 6 locally owned breweries. Cool off with some handcrafted cocktails at happy hour. End the night with live music and good company. Lee Summit, Missouri.
Hello, Lee Summit. I'm Laura, and this is your flash briefing for the week of May 5th. City Council meets regular session Tuesday night, 6 in Council Chambers in City Hall. Meetings are open to the public or watched live on the city's YouTube channel. If you can't watch, catch the recording meeting on demand on the YouTube channel or by subscribing to the Council Debrief newsletter, which breaks down 3 to 4 key agenda items. Subscribe at cityofls.net. It's Drinking Water Week. We're committed to providing safe, high quality, and reliable water by testing over 100 water samples every month. Swing by the Water Utility Service Center at 1200 Southeast Hamlin Road this week for some fun giveaways and to learn more about what makes our tap water great. The first summer concert at Rock the Amp has been booked. Grab your tickets to see Foo Fighters, a tribute to Foo Fighters, on May 31st at 7 p.m. at the Legacy Park Amphitheater. They are a highly sought-after act known for delivering an authentic live experience. Get tickets at rocktheamp.net. And experience the buzz at the downtown Lee Summit Farmers Market Spring Celebration this Saturday, May 10th from 8 a.m. to noon at the corner of 2nd and Douglas Streets. Find the perfect Mother's Day gift or a beautiful flower bouquet. The first 100 children can decorate a flower pot and plant their own flower. Learn more at downtownls.org. Thanks for listening and have a great week.
This is the best place to work.
I love working here.
I feel very blessed.
I love it here.
I look forward to coming to work every day, being a part of this team.
Like a family away from home.
Where everyone feels like everybody knows their name.
A city that supports you. We see that with our benefits.
A pension, vacation days, job security.
Being able to be heard.
We feel valued. We feel respected.
Lee Summit is a very progressive city.
It's growing, it's thriving.
We have this drive towards not just doing a job, but doing it with a spirit of excellence.
I had the opportunity to continue to grow, regardless of 30 plus years doing this kind of work.
It's more than just dollars and cents.
We're here really to give back.
Providing a service to better a community.
To go out and serve people.
To be a part of something bigger than yourself. If I would have known what I know now, years ago, I would have been here much sooner.
Councilmember Pryor.
Thank you, Mayor. Quite a few of us are getting questions. I know I've gotten a few questions about the plan, so I didn't know if, just for the public knowledge. I'm not a politician. I feel like I'm just an average person in Lee Summit. They have a football field set up. Inside these cones are their football fields. Our two-car garage is we're gonna bring the driveway back through here, and it's gonna go right here. And then, so my family has chickens. When we first got chickens, my husband said, don't treat them as your pets, treat them as chickens, because we're going to be eating the eggs, and I would like to use them for meat. So don't treat them as your pets. Well, we now have 6 chickens that I consider my pets, and I will not let him kill for meat. So we live downtown, and we love living downtown. These are my children. The first one's Lincoln, and Amira, and Sophia, and Caleb. This is a great neighborhood. Downtown is one big community, and all of the kids get together and they play basketball, and we like to walk to the farmer's market. Here, hold my hand. It's an easy walk, probably less than 10 minutes. The farmer's market has always been a very important part of my life and my family's life. As a matter of fact, when my daughter started kindergarten, I dropped her off and I was going shopping at the farmer's market right behind Lee Summit Elementary. And I was teary-eyed because she was my first and she was going off to kindergarten. And Terry, the butterfly lady, the one that's in the purple shirt, and she used to make little butterfly stickers for everyone, she gave me a big hug and was just so empathetic to the fact that my daughter had just started school. How are you guys doing? Doing well. How are you? Very good. A lot of the farmers there, they've watched my kids grow up. I love Lee Summit in general. I love that it still has a small town feel while embracing growth and the arts and diversity. And I feel like downtown specifically embodies that. My kids go to Lee Summit Elementary, and a lot of their teachers live downtown, and a lot of the business owners from downtown live downtown. So when we're out walking downtown, we see so many people we know. I lived in Africa until I was 5, and then we moved to the United States, and I've lived in Lee Summit since. A lot of my childhood, my mom was a single mom, and I feel like I was essentially raised by my community and being on council, and it's just such an important way to give back to the community that raised me.
I state your name.
I, Mia Pryor.
Do solemnly swear
Do solemnly swear
that I possess the qualifications
this day of April 2022. The election process was fun. I got to go door to door and talk to people, which is my absolute favorite thing to do, is talking to people and learning about people. I even had people inviting me into their house for dinner or inviting me back to their house to meet their spouse. And I knocked on a door, and the lady that answered the door was my kindergarten teacher. So it was a lot of fun. Is it on? Hi everyone, I'm Councilmember Mia Pryor. Thank you very much for coming tonight. I have one on, can you not? Okay. Maybe I went. I love being a council rep for District 1. I know everyone says this, but District 1 is by far, in my opinion, the best district. Raintree Lake, that's part of District 1. I love that community. Actually, my husband and I got married at the clubhouse in Raintree Lake. I really love all of South Lee Summit. I love the growth that they're going to be experiencing soon and that they've already experienced. I wanted to say that if you guys have a concern, please come tell us what your concern is, because we can only address and help with what we know. We're there to kind of bridge that gap between constituents in the city, and we're the voice of our constituents, and we can go to the city and voice what their concerns are, what their ideas are. So if you have a concern, definitely make us aware. So my big priorities are public safety. That's always one of my top priorities. I've always wanted to make sure that first responders were supported. I think that that's super important to me and to many in our city. But also, I wanted to influence the growth in Lee Summit. I wanted to influence the type of businesses we get here and the type of activities there are to do for our families. If we're going to continue to grow downtown, how important it is to focus on people that already live here and the infrastructure we already have in place.
Our first presentation tonight is going to be Assistant City Manager Ryan Elam, who is going to talk about that very exciting Farmers Market Plaza.
But I want to show you the most recent rendering, fly-through video of that. That's really the best way to kind of get a good sense of what this will look like in the near future.
To see it developing into something as big as it's going to be across from City Hall is super exciting to me. I can't wait for it to get built and to start welcoming people into what the farmers market's going to be, but also everything else that goes along with that development.
Okay.
You want to hold it? Don't drop it.
Perfect. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much.
Have a good night.
I'm just an average person in Lee Summit that wanted to be a voice of many that sometimes feel like they don't have a voice. Yeah, I'm not a politician. I'm just a mom that cares.
Welcome, everyone. Would you please rise for the invocation and stay standing for the Pledge of Allegiance?
Heavenly Father, may we come together tonight, not with personal agendas, but with a shared purpose to do what is right for our community. May our hearts be guided by compassion, our minds by wisdom, and our actions by the deep responsibility to care for one another, especially those who selflessly protect us each day, our first responders. In your name I pray. Amen.
Again, welcome everyone. I'm calling to order the City of Lee Summit regular session number 36. Can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Carlisle.
Present.
Councilmember Funk.
Present.
Councilmember Hodges.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez.
Here.
Councilmember Lovell.
Here.
Councilmember Pryor.
Here.
Councilmember Rader.
Present.
Councilmember Shields.
Here.
Mayor Baird.
Here. First item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. I have a motion to adopt the agenda by Councilmember Hodges, seconded by Councilmember Shields. Discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. We're waiting for our computers to respond, so give us 1 second.
Mayor, I'm going to try putting the motion in manually, see if it makes it come up. Who made the motion?
Or what she said. What'd you say?
Motion.
I'm going to put the motion in manually and see if it makes it
Councilmember
pop up.
Hodges made the motion. Who seconded that? Shields, Councilmember Shields.
I have no idea, Mayor. You want us to do a roll call?
Okay, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Funk.
Yes.
Councilmember Hodges. Mayor Pro Tem Lopez.
Aye.
Councilmember Lovell.
Aye.
Councilmember Pryor.
Aye.
Councilmember Rader.
Aye.
Councilmember Shields. Councilmember Carlisle.
Aye.
Mayor Baird.
Aye. Okay, that's unanimous. Next item on the agenda is the approval of the consent agenda.
I move for the approval of the consent agenda.
I have a motion by Councilmember Hodges to adopt the consent agenda, seconded by Councilmember Shields. Discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote.
Yes. Good job.
All right, all votes are in. Please record the vote. Unanimous. Thank you all. Oh, gosh, the next item on the agenda is the appointment of the Mayor Pro Tem. Gosh, it's a shocker that I appointed Bethel Lopez as the Mayor Pro Tem for the next year. I know it's boring and redundant, but he's been a big part of helping us move forward together, and he's a very cohesive person. I like to call him a chemistry guy because he helps with the chemistry, and he helps make sure that we are being fair to everyone to the best of his ability and make sure that I'm in line. So I appreciate you accepting this. And do you want to say anything?
Yeah, I mean, as you've already stated, this is it's hard to believe, 8 years. This is the last time we'll do this. So I'm honored and humbled to serve. We've got a very talented group of colleagues up here. all of them are worthy to be in this role, but I gladly accept it, and will do my best to represent our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Council Roundtable. Items of general interest, things going on in the community. Okay. Well, then we will go right into proclamations. We have a few tonight. I'm going to go in the order of the agenda. To get out of order, let me know, but we'll start with National Public Service Week. So if the City of Lee Summit staff would meet me up front.
It's favorite.
If some of you could fill in on my right side so we can balance this out, that'd be great. Oh.
I was just leaving it for dignitaries. Well, thank you.
Your hair looks fine.
Excellent. Okay,
You don't pay me enough.
here we go. Whereas public servants serve the American people every day at the federal, state, county, and city levels. They do the work that keeps our nation moving forward. And whereas many public servants, including military personnel, police officers, firefighters, border patrol officers, embassy employees, healthcare professionals, and others risk their lives each day in service to the people of the United States and around the world. Whereas career civil servants carry out the most fundamental purpose of government to ensure public safety and represent the public interest in addressing social, economic, and political challenges. And whereas without these public servants at every level, continuity would be impossible in a democracy that regularly changes its leaders and elected officials. By the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Lee Summit, I do hereby proclaim the week of May 4th through 10th, 2025 as Public Service Recognition Week. Thank you. Would you say a few words for me, sir?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Baird. Mark Dunning, City Manager. Very proud to be the organizational leader for all things we do here within the City of Lee Summit. I think we do it very well, and that's our mission, is to serve and enhance this community. It's one of the reasons that I've stayed with this organization so long, is I think that we are a continuous improvement mindset, always striving to do things better here on behalf of all that we serve. So as you can see, we have a good showing here. We usually don't dress this way. We have a theme each day of this week of Public Service Appreciation Week. Yesterday was Crazy Sock Day. Today's Favorite Team Jersey Day. We have a Hawaiian Day and a City of Lee Summit logo gear day, things of that nature, so that it reminds us to appreciate each other and what we do on behalf of this community. And I would say, I think it's be appropriate if the council members also stand up, because they are part of the team that make us successful too. So, well, you can still stand up and be in the picture. I think that'd be fitting. Do you want to have the mic passed around, or do you want to just go with that?
Yeah, please.
You want to? Okay.
David Bushek, Chief Counsel of Economic Development and Planning, sitting in for the City Attorney tonight. And Brianna's over there.
Kim Brennan, Paralegal for the Law Department.
Jim Eden, Assistant Fire Chief, Fire Department.
Mike Snyder, Fire Chief.
Diana Newman, Director of IT. Come on down, Brianna.
Ryan Elam, Assistant City Manager.
Jeff Thorne, Director, Water Utilities.
Donna Lake, Assistant City Manager.
Grant White, Project Manager, Development Services.
Michael Park, Director of Public Works.
Jeremy Young, Assistant Director of Water Operations.
Don Bennett, Assistant Director of Customer Care and Water Utilities.
Amanda Bagwell, Water Utilities Engineering Manager.
Amy Nassif, Interim Director of Development.
Claire Byers, Senior Planner.
Adair Bright, Senior Planner.
Corey Day, Tourism Director.
Scott Reddy, Project Manager, Development.
Joe Snook, Administrator, Parks and Recreation.
Shannon McGuire, Planning Manager.
Kerry Coline, Operations Manager for the Police Department. Michael Irvin, Captain with the Police Department.
Brianna Burrichter, Director of Finance.
See, I knew I was.
Crystal Weber, and tonight I'm Deputy City Clerk tonight.
Carol Nash, Creative Services.
Okay, I think we got all the staff, at least, Mayor.
How many departments do you have? Do you know?
14 or 15.
14 or 15. And then how many employees approximately?
Over 750, I do know that.
Okay. And do you have all of their nicknames down?
Nicknames? No, but birthdays I've got memorized.
All right, everybody scoot in, please.
Oh. All the eyes are open, yeah.
Okay, we're going to do the National Historic Preservation Month next. I believe we have some members from the Cultural Commission here. Anybody from staff, Development Services? Yeah, please. All right, whereas historic preservation is an effective tool for preserving community history, managing growth, revitalizing neighborhoods, fostering local pride, and maintaining community character while enhancing livability. Whereas it is important to celebrate the role of history in our lives and the contributions made by dedicated individuals in helping to preserve the tangible aspects of our heritage that has shaped us as a people. Whereas National Preservation Month 2025, People Saving Places, is the nationwide theme sponsored by the National Trust for Historic Preservation, and whereas in remembrance of the Lee Summit history and notable historic figures, the Lee Summit Cultural Commission encourages all residents and visitors of Lee Summit to celebrate the role of history in our lives and champion the preservation of our community as it grows and develops into the future. By the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Lee Summit, I hereby proclaim May 2025 as National Historic Preservation Month. I believe you're a member of the Cultural Commission.
Yes. Hi, my name is Addie Fortin, and I'm the newest member of the Cultural Commission.
Adair Wright with Planning.
Shannon McGuire, Planning Manager.
You all. National Travel and Tourism Week. I know Corey Day's here with the Visitors Bureau. Anybody else that would like to come forward? Okay, whereas the travel industry is essential to the success of every industry and will continue to be a critical part of Lee Summit's economy, development, and workforce. Whereas travel is an economic powerhouse for every state and destination across the country with an economic output of $2.9 trillion, supporting 15 million American jobs. And whereas travel spending supports vibrant and safe communities across the United States by generating $89 billion in state and local tax revenue in 2024 to support essential services such as education, emergency response, public safety, and more. And whereas travel enables success for all industries, including manufacturing, agriculture, defense, healthcare, and more, by driving sales growth, innovation, education, and operations that power our economy, our nation, and in Lee Summit. By virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Lee Summit, I do hereby proclaim the week of May 4th through 10th as National Travel and Tourism Week. All right. 1 out of every 11 jobs depends on travel. Who are you, and what would you like to say about this?
Thank you, Mayor Baird. My name is Corey Day. I'm the Tourism Director for the City of Lee Summit. And thank you so much for recognizing Travel and Tourism Week. We do a lot more than just welcome people to our city, even though that we are really excited to do that. There are lots of jobs that are created by what we do, and we're very proud of that.
So you got everything figured out as far as Lee Summit's Visitors Bureau? All right, good. She's only been here a few months, right? How many months?
4.
4 months. How about taking a picture here? Okay. Thank you. I knew I was going to do that. All twisted up. All right, sorry about that. Next we have Drinking Water Week. How about that? Who is here for that? I mean, the water staff's here. Here we go. Got a few proclamations tonight. Sing this for me. No, I'm sorry.
That'd be cool.
Whereas water is our most valuable natural resource, and whereas drinking water plays a crucial role in our daily lives, supporting health, hydration, hygiene, all of which contributes to the well-being and quality of life enjoyed by our citizens. Whereas tap water provides vital public health protection, fire safety, economic support, and enhances the quality of life in our community. And whereas the dedicated efforts of our water professionals, including those designing capital projects, ensuring the safety and quality of our water supply, and maintaining the infrastructure that delivers clean water to our homes, are essential to our community's well-being. By the virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Lee Summit, I do hereby proclaim May 4th through 10th, Drinking Water Week. All right. The director?
We like to say our water is safe, reliable, and essential, and you covered it all in there. We are a part of the public health format in providing safe drinking water and our services, and we love serving this community and those in it. So thank you for the opportunity.
Can you pass it around?
Amanda Bagwell, Engineering Manager.
Oh, sorry, Jeff Thorne, Director, Water Utilities.
Don Bennett, Assistant Director, Customer Care, and I'm just taking inventory of how many reusable water bottles I see around here. Drink from the tap.
Jeremy Young, Assistant Director of Water Operations.
All right, very good. How about a picture? Scoot in here. Here we go. Thank you all. Okay, next we have Bike and Walk Month. This would be the Wellness Commission and staff, city staff. All right, thank you all for coming. Whereas the benefits of walking and bicycling extend beyond physical health to encompass environmental sustainability, community engagement, and economic vitality. And whereas walking and bicycling contribute to reduced traffic congestion, decreased air pollution, and improved public health by promoting physical activity. And whereas National Bike and Walk Month provides an opportunity to celebrate the joys and benefits of walking and biking, while also raising awareness of the importance of pedestrian and cyclist safety. Whereas communities across our nation are encouraged to organize events, initiatives, and educational programs to promote walking and biking as viable transportation choices. By virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the City of Lee Summit, I do hereby proclaim the month of May 2025 as Bike and Walk Month. All right. And the weather's just right and perfect for it right now. So who would like to go first? How about Molly?
Thanks. Molly Wickman, member of the Wellness Commission.
Ed Kramer, a member of the Wellness Commission and chair of the Livable Streets Subcommittee for the Wellness Commission. Your boss.
Jennifer Craig, chair of the Wellness Commission.
Joe Snook, administrator of the Parks and Recreation Department.
Yes, Michael Park, Director of Public Works.
Anybody want to say a few words? I do. Yes, go ahead.
Be happy to, Mayor. Thank you. Yeah, I think you said it all in the proclamation, Mayor Baird. It was well done and well spoken, well written, and just want to encourage everybody to get out and enjoy being outside this beautiful month of May, our wonderful city, and ride a bike for fun or transportation. Walk when you can, and above all, be very careful and be safe. So if you're riding in the street, obey the traffic laws, be very aware of what's going on around you. Enjoy the trails, Rock Island Trail, and et cetera. So just get out there and have fun. It's good for your physical and mental health.
Thank you. So I bought a bike a few years back, COVID, perfect time to buy a bike. And my wife has finally bought a bike yesterday. There we go. So she's on board. We got a nice bike. So she hasn't bought a bike? Yeah. I was surprised.
She said I could buy her. My wife says we could buy a tandem. I'm like, no, I think you need to get your own bike.
No, that's dangerous. Tandem's dangerous. I noticed that when we went to buy her bike, they didn't have the foot pedals. And I was like, why not? And they said it was kind of a little bit dangerous.
You mean the clips?
Not the clips. You're advanced. You're the clips guy. Yeah, no, I'm talking about just for your foot to slide in. Yeah.
The basket,
Yeah. Okay. That's old school. Okay, how about a picture? We'll work on making the streets livable and bikeable. So, thank you.
You're doing a great job. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, one more. We have Mental Health Awareness Month, Wellness Commission, and city staff, please. They go hand in hand, bike and walking and mental health awareness. So mental health impacts the well-being and quality of life of each person and is integral to building and maintaining a meaningful and joyful life. Whereas nearly 44 million American adults and millions of children experience mental health conditions each year. Whereas mental illnesses are common and treatable, yet stigma and misunderstanding continue to prevent many individuals from seeking the help they need. Whereas during Mental Health Awareness, we recognize the importance of mental health, encourage policies that support mental well-being, and reaffirm our commitment to ensure access to quality mental health care for all. By virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the City of Lee Summit, I do hereby proclaim May 2025 as Mental Health Awareness Month. All right. And that last bullet point that I read, the policies supporting mental health, we're really needing to support that at this time. Can you say a few words about that?
Sure, we are seeing more citizens reach out and ask for help than ever before, and the theme of this year's Mental Health Awareness Month is from awareness to action. So how do we provide those services at a time when we have more demand than ever before, but we're also having some funding challenges. So finding creative ways to come together as a community and meet those needs.
Would you say just...
Sure, we've City of Lee Summit and Rediscover, who is Rediscover. My day job is president and CEO of Rediscover. We are the community behavioral health organization that represents this area. And we've been working on a grant for a number of years now to look at ways that when citizens are struggling with mental health issues or addiction issues, that rather than responding with police by themselves, it's a co-responder program where certified, trained mental health providers are there to co-respond with police and look at access to treatment as opposed to more punitive or incarceration. We are recognized as one of the leading edge communities in providing this, absolutely. Yes, we need to brag on ourselves. Already introduced yourself. So I'm here with other members of the Wellness Commission. And mental health is one dimension of wellness, and we certainly think that whole person wellness involves not only mental health, but also physical health, and we appreciate the recognition of Bike Walk Month and Mental Health Awareness Month.
Thank you. It means a lot that you're here tonight, so thank you. Okay, we're ready for a photo. Thank you all.
Thank you.
All right. And we're going with business now. We have quite a few items on the agenda, so we're going to push through efficiently here, or efficiently, I should say, and we will start with public hearings. So we're going to close the regular session, and we're going to open the public hearing on agenda item 6A. This is a rezoning from R1 to TNZ and a preliminary development plan, 100 Northeast Douglas Street. Engineering Solutions, LLC is the applicant. Would all those wishing to speak to this matter please rise and be sworn in by the city clerk.
If I could reach it. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I am not seeing our presentation. Did it make it on, or I can put my own? Go the old school. All right, ready? At Slish Engineering Solutions, 50 Southeast 3rd Street, Lee Summit, Missouri. With me this evening, I have David Thompson, who will be the occupier and owner of the building, and then Roger Webb, the architect, as well, to speak through any comments you may have. The project, generally located northwest corner of Douglas and Maple. It's an existing residential home, sits across the street from commercial areas, the First Baptist Church downtown. There's some commercial to the north, residential to the west. The Ignite plan, this is inside the Downtown Activity Center. So more specifically, it's inside that center ring, being an area of traditional walkable portion of downtown, trying to incorporate residential as well as some business opportunities that are neighborhood friendly. So our zoning currently is R1 with a neighborhood stabilization overlay, which is a majority of that kind of area. Some of those have rezoned currently. And as we brought this project into staff of taking a residential use and providing a financial services office space inside this, staff proposed the idea of making it TNZ. The idea was, as we start to look through the TNZ zoning district, it provides some additional safeguards in keeping the historic nature of the facility. So as we start to look existing land use, again, you can see our oval of where we are. To the south of us, the blue is the church. To the east of us is a barbershop, dental, kind of medical offices. To the north of us is a real estate agent, financial services facility up to the north, already doing the same idea of what we're proposing on this site. So as we were saying, the R1 NSO appears to be in the code to try to protect new development and trying to mimic some of the historic character. In this situation, we intend to not change, modify, remove any of the building. We want to add a parking lot to provide commercial access for parking adjacent to the building. So staff proposed the TNZ zoning as a better option because that tries to preserve the residential character of the neighborhood while allowing a commercial use in that facility. So our site plan, on the right side of the page, you would start to see Douglas, Maple on the south side. So again, the First Baptist Church is to the south side. The existing house, driveway, everything from Douglas will maintain its current appearance. On the back side of it, we're going to provide a new parking area and ADA access into the building by removing the existing deck and making an ADA accessible route from the back side of the building. Landscape plan that we have, Douglas Street, we're going to continue to work on what the landscaping may up there be, because as they start to develop the new improvements to Douglas, we may have to modify or remove or modify some of the landscaping, but additional landscaping will be provided along Maple, as well as additional shrub screening from the parking lot to the adjacent neighbor. Elevation views of the building, so you're seeing the Maple Street side, so you're starting to see the deck that's going to be removed and replaced. This would be the rear of the facility, so you're just seeing the deck that will be installed on that side. We did hold a neighborhood meeting. No one was in attendance. We did have the Planning Commission meeting, and a couple of neighbors did show up and express some concerns. I think that we worked through a majority of those. As a result of that, they did ask that we reach out to downtown Main Street, which we have done, and they had suggested they have no comment or problem with the facility. So to date, we've heard no additional comments from residents or adjacent neighbors. So with that, we will stand for any questions you might have.
Okay. Can we get staff's presentation, please?
Good evening, Adair Bright, Senior Planner. I would like to enter into the record Exhibit A, list of exhibits 1 through 19.
Please enter into the record Exhibit A 1 through 19.
The applicant is requesting rezoning from R1 NSO to TNZ and a preliminary development plan to allow for the conversion of the single-family house to an office. Included in the request is a new parking lot and renovation of the existing deck. The surrounding properties include single-family dwellings, an office over to the east and church to the south. TNZ, which is our Transitional Neighborhood Zone, is intended to be used as a transitional zone between that CBD, which is our central business district, and our single-family dwellings, that R1. The site is designated as part of the activity center downtown, and the comp plan does state that offices are complementary uses within that area. So the proposal includes reusing the existing 1,100 square foot building, the addition of the parking lot, which is 7 standard stalls and 1 ADA accessible stall. Since the structure is existing, all setbacks would be considered legal nonconforming and far exceed what is required within TNZ. The applicant is proposing a deck renovation on the rear or west side with materials compatible to residential uses, along with the addition of the ADA lift. Any existing landscaping would be proposed with the exception of that which is within the parking lot and the detention area. The applicant is also providing additional screening for that, those parking stalls that are adjacent to the residential. The neighborhood meeting was held on February 17th, where 0 members of the public attended. 1 email was received asking for details about the request, which we provided the plan set to them. With the conditions of approval outlined here and in the staff letter, the application meets the goals of the Ignite Comprehensive Plan and the requirements of the UDO, and I'm here for any questions.
Thank you. Questions for staff or the applicant? Yes, Councilmember Rader.
Thank you, Mayor. Is the applicant present?
David Thompson, 368 South Shore Drive, Lake Winnebago, Missouri.
I was going to ask, and so you've purchased this property.
Correct.
And so my question is, if you didn't receive the TNZ zoning this evening, what would your alternate plans be for that property? Just curious. Would you?
That's a fair question. Honestly, the idea is we're not planning on living in the residence, so the intent of purchasing the property was to maintain it as a historical house, but use it as an office. Beyond that, I don't have a plan, so that's essentially where I'm at. My plan isn't to rent it out or do any type of remodeling or tear it down or anything like that. Basically, this is my plan.
So you wouldn't?
That makes sense.
You wouldn't, yeah, sure. You wouldn't live in it or rent it out? You don't think you would rent it out?
If I don't receive the zoning and I can't use it as an office, the idea is if I lived in it, I could use it as an office, but since we have another home, using the transitional zoning will allow us to use it for that purpose without using it as a residence. But what I understand from staff is the transitional zoning gives us the ability, if we ever were to sell the property, it doesn't have to be rezoned. It could go back to a residence without being rezoned back to R1. So the idea is to keep the facade of an antique home while using it as a small business office.
Yeah, because I've received lots of emails and letters from people, and I understand it is quite historical. It was quite a historical home, so, yeah. Okay, that's all I have for you. Thank you. May I ask a question for Matt? I don't think anything was mentioned about the impervious surface of the parking lot. As far as is that going to create, since it's next door to other properties, is that going to create problems, watershed problems for?
No, we believe, so we've put in a basin on that kind of northwest side, similar to what you know about an infiltration basin and kind of detention basin that'll control the peak runoff, and then it'll get directed to the northwest and ultimately towards the railroad tracks down that way. So from our studies and information, we are not going to show that we're going to have any issues downstream that would cause from the added 9 spaces or 8 spaces we'll put on there.
And without looking at that map, and maybe you don't know this map, but maybe staff can answer this next question about the, so it's right close to Ask Kathy's office?
Yeah, so Ask Kathy is to the north of us.
Yeah.
3 houses, 3 buildings.
That's not zoned, that's zoned PO, right? Was it? And was it existed as PO zoning? I believe.
I think, which one they are, but there is a PRO and a PO right up in that same area that would be, there's 2 there. There's a security office, Edward Jones office, and an Ask Kathy, I think, office up in that same area. So I would assume that's that area in that.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Pryor.
Thank you, Mayor. On any given day, how many people do you plan to have in your office?
On a regular basis, we'll have 2 to 3 employees. Myself, my partner, and then my wife works as staff for us as well. On a regular basis, we only see a handful of clients a week in office. Most of our client meetings are remote or over the phone, so it's more of a workspace for us. Our office hours are Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, so we don't generally have any type of outside events, early mornings, late evenings, events on Saturday, Sunday, anything like that. So it shouldn't disrupt on the weekends.
And you do plan on preserving the integrity of the current home?
That's the reason we purchased the property. We saw it as an opportunity for us to use it as a space. We already have an office in Belton. It gives us an opportunity to come into the Lee Summit area, as well as using it as a commercial space. It gives me the opportunity to kind of invest in it, make sure I maintain it probably better than I would if I was using it as a residence. Obviously, with it being as a business, it gives us the opportunity to do some of this work outside, redo the yard, sod it, get it painted, do some of the things that need to be done to preserve it as it is.
Okay, thank you. I'm just looking at the map. So It's this orange circle, correct?
Yes.
All I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for staff or applicant? Is there anybody that wishes to speak in favor of the application? Please come forward. Is there anyone that wishes to speak in opposition to the application? Please come forward.
My name is Michel Seigneur de Robert, and I've been living in Lee Summit since 1988. I served for the Historic Preservation Commission as the assistant chair for about 3 years, and I'm very well versed into historic preservation. Okay, so what I see is this is a splendid building. 100 Northeast Douglas Street is a very beautiful house. It was built in the early 20th century. It's fully remodeled inside and outside. The building retains its authentic features, and it's a great candidate for a local historic district, something we don't have. The local historic districts are on the other side of town, but nothing was done. It was supposed to happen. It was not done. Now, this house, I found out on the State of Missouri website, it is built within an eligible area that qualifies for the Missouri Neighborhood Preservation tax credits, and those are very generous. They're 25% of the approved improvement cost. So this is fully eligible for this tax credit most people don't know about. And it's not based on how much you make, it's not based on the age of the house, and it's based strictly on location. So I'm wishing that this house will remain a residence in the future, and what I'm saying is that it would make an amazing bed and breakfast. Now, I believe this gentleman has good intentions, and he said that he cares about the historic aspect of the house, but down the road, we need to look at what's going to happen. Maybe 10, 20 years from now, you know, he retires and he sells his business, or his business is not successful, he goes to someone else. It has been changed to TNZ, and the next owner may not be looking at this property with the same, you know, I want to preserve it. So I'm skeptical about this. I'm just skeptical. I believe it could be like an enclave into a well-established, beautiful residential neighborhood, the type of neighborhood that attracted many, many people 20, 30 years ago that bought those old homes and fixed it. As a matter of fact, the gentleman, the seller, I believe that he worked with me at Citibank many years ago, and I've been inside this house, and he loved it very much. That's what I wanted to say, so I'm just skeptical about this. Thank you very much. Have a pleasant night.
Thank you.
Yeah, good evening. My name is Valerie Salazar. I guess my whole entire life, and 17 of those years have been downtown here in Lee Summit. So I walked here. I'm drinking out of a bottle, but also it's Historic Preservation Month, which is a little bit of irony today in regard to this rezoning. But what I want to say is that I've been able to witness the great progress of our downtown community literally from my front porch for 17 years. But the recent yellow signs at this house filled me with disappointment and a lot of questions. I feel like this threatens the undermine of the character and the integrity of our community by rezoning this to commercial, especially at a time when single-family housing is needed. And we're in a crisis, but especially here in downtown, there are families and individuals that are dying to come and live in downtown. I see them every single day drive by my house and slow down and ask if our property is for sale. Also, I think you're well aware of the situation at Lee Summit Elementary and the need to increase enrollment and the preservation of single-family housing here in downtown. Making this and rezoning this is not the right decision. In fact, it threatens that fight that so many families are doing to save Lee Summit Elementary. I also want to say that rezoning this property, I believe, sets a dangerous precedent for future development, encouraging profit-driven projects at expense of the local quality of life and the long-term sustainability of our neighborhood that impacts our schools, but also impacts the downtown community as well. I noted that there was a neighborhood meeting. I think it's really important that you understand the jurisdiction. That was 300 feet. My friends that could see that house from their front porch were not within that 300 feet nor invited. So I believe that does not have much validation in regard that there is not concern from our community in regard to the rezoning of this house. I know many of you have received emails in regard to concern. I'd also like to just note and end on this, but I believe that you, and hopefully that you've done your due diligence on any conflict of interest by any one of you or the mayor in regard to the selling of this property. I think that is very important as you vote tonight, but most importantly, I want to leave you with this. Downtown is my home. It will be my home forever, I can tell you that. And I want to see that grow. I want to see more families. Every single day we meet a new family at the park that's moved here. And I think the options that we know that this house is move-in ready. They just made amazing updates to it from the previous owner to the previous owner. And I will say this because my neighbor will be remiss, but she grew up in that house. She's 80-some years old, and she remembers the days when you had to go and take off your clothing from the line, and that house as the steam engines rolled by to make sure that the dust and the soot from the engine wouldn't come. So I hope that you have I know that you have the privilege and the honor to sit here today and to make those decisions, but I hope you do the right thing. Thank you.
And thank you. Councilmember Funk.
Thank you, Mayor. Can we confirm, I think Shannon is still here with the Historic Preservation Committee. Do we jeopardize the tax credits by changing the zoning of this? I believe we would jeopardize someone from getting tax credits because it would no longer be a residential structure.
So this is a mixed-use type residential or zoning districts that does allow residential and the low-intensity office use. So I believe they would still be allowed those tax credits. Tax credits are available to commercial structures as well.
Being the tax credit program, I believe, for a single-family residence is completely different than the tax credit program for commercial. So
right.
I would be concerned that by doing this, we could and would like to have confirmation that we're not jeopardizing 5 years from now. They decide not to office there, they outgrow the building, and taking away the possibility of these historic tax credits to keep this thing.
Currently, the structure is not in a district, nor is it individually listed in a historic district, so they are not eligible for certain tax credits currently. So that would take the property to be surveyed through a consultant and then listed through the process to be placed on that national register. And then there are tax credits available to commercial structures as well. So taking a case in point, the downtown post office bridge space went through a historic tax credit process and was awarded tax credits for their project as well.
But we could confirm by doing this, say it's not going to jeopardize anything.
It depends on the tax credit program. There are some that are geared specifically to commercial. There's some that are geared specifically to residential. It just depends on which program that they would utilize.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Park.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, just because I'm not clear, so the TNZ zoning, it would no longer qualify for residential tax credits, correct? At that point, you don't know? Okay. Okay, thank you.
questions or for staff or the applicant? Councilmember Shields.
Thank you. So I guess I'm just a little bit confused where the tax credit discussion came from, I guess just from a public comment. But this project, it's not seeking tax credits, it's not relying on them. They've already renovated it without those credits, is that right?
Not to my knowledge.
Considering whether to change it from R1 to TNZ zoning that would allow either residential or commercial use.
Correct.
Good evening, Amy Nassif, Interim Director of Development. Most of, not all of the historic tax credits for the state of Missouri, it depends on the use of the building, not the district per se itself. And the TNZ zoning allows both single-family residential and office or commercial. So they would not be jeopardizing either. It would go back to, if they decide to use the property for residential, then they would pursue residential tax credits. If they use the property for commercial, they would choose that. But this district allows greater flexibility for them and for that use, and for that request in the future if they ever want to.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Lovell.
So so it's going to change zoning, TNZ, office, no changes to the building. Let's say the user moves out, sells the property, new owner wants to come in and let's say significantly change anything to the structure. Like would they be coming to us with a PDP or is there anything we jeopardize by that, like, keeping that structure kind of how it is by changing this and let's say a new owner comes in and buys it?
So under the current R1 zoning, there are no architectural controls over the structure as it sits today. We have no local districts with local controls, and it, like I said earlier, it is not within a national district, so there are no local controls. Adding the TNZ over this does establish additional architectural controls on that structure as it sits today, does provide more architectural requirements on the exterior of that structure. So if a new owner were to move in and want to make significant changes, they would have to fall within the architectural style of the surrounding neighborhood. Anything beyond that would have to come before you with a new PDP seeking modifications or a rezoning to allow for them to go outside those architectural controls.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Lopez.
Thanks, Mayor. Just a couple questions, maybe, I don't know if it's the owner, the applicant, or Mr. Schliz, one of you. Is the home vacant right now? The property?
Correct, vacant right now.
Has it been vacant for a while?
Since he's purchased it, I think he's done nothing more than kind of just maintenance on that side of it, waiting for this process to go through its course.
Yes, it was on the market for a while?
Time frame on the market.
To the best of my knowledge, there was a gentleman that owned it that lives next door now. He lived in it for about 30 years, and then he sold it. The gentleman that purchased it from him and his wife lived in it while they renovated the first floor. They redid the kitchen, updated some stuff, added central air and heat, brought that up to the 21st century, essentially, because before it had window air conditioners, it was in a little bit of disrepair. We purchased it in October. So since we've purchased it, we haven't done any renovations. We haven't added anything to the property. Our intention is to basically go through this process and then do the external renovations that we need to do, parking lot, upgrade the deck, make it accessible. But in terms of having to make major changes to the property, they've been able to maintain the original doors, hardwood floor. The windows actually have those old rope, pulleys in them. So a lot of that care has already been taken, which is nice. So you guys won't drive by it in a month and see, a lot going on as far as ruckus inside the house. We've only owned it since October. It's unoccupied. And our plan is to basically start with some of the contract work if we do receive approval. So the nice thing is that we're not going to come back to you in a month and say, okay, now we want to make this, and this change. Since it's been refurbished and remodeled, some of the wood has been sanded down and restained. But they did a really good job of trying to maintain the original house and not, bring in new materials and make it look like a brand-new home.
You'll maintain the integrity of it as is?
Well, that's the point. If you ever have an opportunity to come by and step into it, if that happens, it's really impressive to be able to walk on the original hardwood floors and see the original staircase and some of the other things that are going on inside the property. And that was the appeal of us purchasing the property. It was kind of a jump with both feet. To answer your question from earlier, we really don't have a backup plan. That was our plan, is to use it as an office. We don't really plan to change it to a rental. My understanding is if anything goes in there other than a residence, this zoning has to be accomplished. So, for example, a bed and breakfast, you would have to do a TNZ because unless it's owner occupied, you have to have some type of commercial controls. Staff informed us that those controls actually increase the city's power over the property by making it TNZ versus residential. So if it stays residential and I sell the property to somebody else, which I may have to do, what we've been told is whoever buys that property can come in, buy the property, level it, and build whatever they want. Because it's residential, there's no control over what you do with it. Now, I am kind of intrigued by the historic pledge by a few of the people that spoke. We haven't looked into that at all. I'm not an expert on that, but I assume that would be my responsibility to go and try to get some type of historic marker on the property. But honestly, I have no idea how that works. We haven't applied for tax credits. The idea is if we use it as a commercial property, light zone commercial property, it gives us the resources to maintain it the way it is and showcase it to the community a little bit, which actually I think is a little better than a residential property because unless you're our friends, you would never be able to come inside. So that's kind of the point of what we tried to do in maintaining it and showcasing it to the community, if that makes sense.
So your main modifications will be the parking service?
As far as I know, the only modification that we've been recommended on the interior is we have to change one door because the bathroom has to have an ADA door. But we should be able to go to someone like an Owen or somebody like that and have them construct us a door that looks and feels like the original door because obviously the door is not 36 inches wide. As far as I know, everything else is going to fly right through on the interior.
Other than the parking that you're
Other than the parking lot. Rather than putting a big scissor handicap walkway, we've proposed to put a small elevator because you have to get up to the level to go into the house. It seems like that would be the least obtrusive. And the deck right now has like 5 different levels. It's kind of one of those kind of old-fashioned decks where it wouldn't be very good for a wheelchair. So we're going to make the deck one level, cut out a small space, put in a little lift, and then try to preserve it so it looks like it was made with a house, if that makes sense.
One question for Mr. McGuire. So just so we understand, the TNZ is somewhat new, I guess. Not used it a whole lot that I'm aware of in the downtown area. So if we were to move forward and approve the rezoning, I think we've already talked about it. If it gets resold, there's options, but it could still be used for residential down the road. Is that
Correct.
Should the market change and someone else buy it?
Correct. It's a dual-use zoning district. We do have a fair bit amount of TNZ that surrounds the downtown area. If you think over here by Ellis Glen, those 3 houses there, the photo studio, the counseling office, as well as the single-family home that's occupied by a renter, those are all TNZ. So those are that kind of dual use. And what it is made to do is to transition from the higher intensity commercial of downtown into our neighborhood through a softer transition with that mix of low intensity office use into that residential use. So it kind of helps mix it up.
I know we've used it before, but not recently, I guess was my point.
The counseling office on 2nd and Market is the most recent, and I believe that was in 2017, 2018. It was the last time.
All right, appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Questions from council? Applicant care to make any further comment?
Not much. I think you guys have talked through most of it. And I think one of the big ones that keeps coming up is the conversations with the neighbors is talking about rezoning it to commercial. And I know this use is going to be a commercial type use, but this is a very controlled neighborhood zoning district that, again, if you look back at the city's map, that they had in their presentation, a number of the south side, east side, adjacent to that historic core of residential houses is the transition from CBD, the neighborhood TNZ, and then the residential out there. So this is that transition that went to the south. As we've started going north, this is kind of that beginning of that development side of it. And so as you're seeing on the map, a lot of PO, a lot of commercial is up there. That TNZ, in our opinion, as we go back to the discussions in the zoning descriptions, is as we've highlighted it in the R1 NSO right now, you could purchase any piece of residential property, tear it down, and essentially just have to put back residential, not to the character, style, nature of the pieces that were there. This TNZ starts to put a whole lot more teeth into that. So as David, I think, has illustrated very well, his goal, his hope and want is to be a part of that downtown, to be a walkable commercial use in the downtown core that is not super impactful, not a high-use commercial area, but allow the residential character to stay on that side of it and pieces of it. Planning Commission and this one, the 300-foot notices came out again, so as your guys' staff requires, it's 185 feet. I think staff pushes it out to 300 feet. So we've noticed everybody with certified mail that was required to, the signs went out, the notices went into the paper. So everything that was done after the Planning Commission meeting, we handed my card to the neighbors that showed up that day and didn't hear from anyone. So, again, we tried to reach out and talk to anybody that had to listen. I don't have a better answer for that side of it. And I think that's the questions I heard from them, unless you guys have any others that we can help.
Okay. Hearing no further testimony, I'm closing the public hearing and reopening the regular session. Is there any council discussion on this application? Councilmember Carlisle.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just say that I do hate to see residential homes being used for commercial space, not only because of the area that's in, being in the downtown area, and the beauty of the home, but just because there are so many people looking to buy a home to live in. So that really does hurt my heart to see that happen. Other than that, I don't see any reason, if you're gonna maintain it as a home, which hopefully you do, I understand it's gonna be used as an office, but you're not gonna be tearing down a bunch of walls and turning it into more of an office space look. And it could be reused as a home later on down the road, possibly. That helps a little bit, but it hurts my heart to see these things happen. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Shields.
I live in the historic downtown. I live in one of these historic. And I can understand the concerns, but at the same time, we see these kind of uses all over the place downtown. There are accountants and hairdressers and all kinds of small businesses occupying what used to be how downtown has developed. That they want to preserve the building, and like they say, if you leave it R1 right now, someone can just I have no issue with this.
Thank you. Councilmember Rader.
Mayor, I'm going to go along with Councilmember Carlisle on the fact that it's a beautiful historic home. This is Historical Week. But I guess I want to say that the only thing that I would fear with I understand it could go back residential and all like that, but the chances of it going back residential are probably not very good, since you're putting in a parking lot, and it would be quite expensive to tear a parking lot back out. So I think that once, something goes commercial, it seems like it stays commercial. I could be wrong, but I don't think I'll be supporting this.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Pryor.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, so as Councilmember Rader said, my biggest concern is having the parking lot, and with the parking lot, it's automatically going to look like a commercial use regardless of what it's zoned. And so my fear is in the future, it won't go back to residential. It'll stay a commercial use. Just based on that, I will not be supporting it either. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm not seeing any further comments or discussion. Councilmember Carlisle, would you please read Bill number 25-083?
Thank you, Mayor. Bill number 25-083, an ordinance approving rezoning from District R1/NSO Single Family Residential Neighborhood Stabilization Overlay to District TNZ Transitional Neighborhood Zone and Preliminary Development Plan on approximately .44 acres of land located at 100 Northeast Douglas Street, all in accordance with the provisions of Chapter 33, Unified Development Ordinance of the Code of Ordinances for the City of Lee Summit, be second read.
Thank you. We have a motion to move to second reading, Bill number 25-083 by Councilmember Carlisle, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Lopez. Discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. Give it a second. Moving slowly. I don't remember who was the second.
Councilmember Rader?
No.
Councilmember Shields? Pryor?
No.
Councilmember Lovell?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez?
Yes.
Councilmember Hodges? Councilmember Funk?
Yes.
Carlisle?
Yes.
Mayor Baird?
Yes. Okay, it passes 6-3, goes to second reading. I tallied it, yeah. Okay, one down and many to go tonight. We're going to close the regular session and open the public hearing in the matter of agenda item 6B, rezoning from Ag to R1, 1548 Northeast Woods Chapel Road. Engineering Solutions LLC is the applicant. Would all those wishing to speak to this matter please rise and be sworn in by the city clerk?
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Ready?
We're ready.
All right, Matt Slish, Engineering Solutions, 50 Southeast 30th Street, Lee Summit, Missouri. I have Dan Bromley, the owner of the ground here as well, so if you have questions for him, he can answer. This property is larger estate style. There's two residential houses sitting up off of Woods Chapel, east of 470, basically developed to the south and west of the Savannah Ridge development. There's a portion of it, one residential house sits in an R1 zoning, and the larger piece sits in an agricultural zoning. So it is sitting, as you start to see this kind of orange color up here in amongst all R1 area. And so the proposal is essentially the two parcels that exist, the existing R1 with a house and then the agricultural piece with a house. We would like to change the lot line between the two properties. So this bolded area and this yellow R1, just to give those smaller R1 a little more area. Because we will make the agricultural piece less than 10 acres, we've got to rezone the agricultural piece to single-family R1. So as you're starting to see, this kind of blue shaded area is currently with the orange as agricultural. This is the current R1 below. We're proposing a new lot line that will kind of more bifurcate both properties and make them both R1 through the site. We did hold a neighborhood meeting. We had a number of Savannah Ridge residents that showed up. Most of their concerns, they thought we were going to develop the property into something more. So once we convinced them that all we are going to do is maintain the current single access, the current two houses that are back there, just simply doing a lot line adjustment, they all seemed much more satisfied and away we went. So with that, we'll stand for questions.
Thank you. Can we get staff's presentation?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, fellow council members. Shannon McGuire, Planning Manager. Please enter into the record Exhibit A, list of exhibits 1 through 17.
Enter into the record Exhibit A 1 through 17.
All right, as Matt stated, the applicant is requesting a rezoning from Ag to R1 on approximately 9.59 acres to facilitate that lot line adjustment. That lot line adjustment will cause the larger ag piece of property to drop below that UDO minimum threshold of 10 acres for an ag property, thus requiring that rezoning. So the larger property to the north is going to be about 7.5 acres, and the smaller property to the south will be about 4.4 acres. As you can see by the zoning map here, surrounding the property is primarily R1 to the northeast, to the northwest and to the south, with some agricultural further south. All the properties surrounding the property are single-family residential. The comprehensive land use map does identify the area as residential 1, so the existing use and the proposed future use of that single-family home is in compliance with that requirement. They are seeking a single modification. Currently, under the agricultural zoning, they are allowed an unlimited number of accessory structure or accessory storage buildings, detached garages, sheds, and barns. Currently, there are 3. The R1 does have a max number of 1 storage shed or 1 detached garage per lot. However, a lot that's 5 acres or greater is allowed up to 3,500 square feet. Cumulatively, the 3 existing structures are below that 3,500 feet, so staff is supportive of the modification request to allow those existing structures to remain, but capping it at what is existing today. By granting this modification or the rezoning, it actually puts additional constraints on the property, because as ag, there is unlimited number, unlimited size for those structures. They could build an 80,000 square foot barn out here under the current zoning. With that R1, it limits that. As Matt stated, there was a neighborhood meeting on February 17th. 6 members of the public did attend as well, and they expressed a couple concerns. Staff has not received any emails or phone calls in opposition or support of the particular property. With the condition as outlined here and in the staff letters, the application does meet the goals of the Ignite Comprehensive Plan and the requirements of the UDO, and I can stand for any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. Questions for staff or the applicant? Okay, not seeing any. Is there anyone that wishes to speak in favor or in opposition to the application? Please come forward. Any additional questions from council? Applicant care to make any further comment? You, hearing no further testimony, I'm closing the public hearing and reopening the regular session. Is there council discussion on this application? Yes, Councilmember Carlo.
Thank you. Okay, I just have one question. Yeah, I didn't want it wasn't really important to be in the public hearing for this question. Does one person own both these properties?
Currently, Dan owns the south piece, and then the trust, I think, owns the north piece because his father had passed away. So
Okay,
he's
so
looking to
that's,
sell the
I
north
was
piece.
just confused on why we were doing this.
Yep.
So they're just trying to make one bigger?
So Dan owning the south one before he sells the north piece, now that the family's not going to have it anymore, he'd like to adjust a lot line so he has a little more ground, opportunity to build another barn, and that'd be it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no further questions or comments, Councilmember Hodges, would you please read Bill number 25-084?
I advance to second reading Bill number 25-084, an ordinance approving a rezoning from District AG to District R1 on approximately 9.59 acres of land located at 1548 Northeast Woods Chapel Road, all in accordance with Chapter 33, the Unified Development Ordinance of the Code of Ordinances for the City of Lee Summit, Missouri.
You, a motion to move to second reading, Bill number 25-084 by Councilmember Hodges. Seconded by someone, please.
It was Councilmember Shields.
Oh, Hillary Shields seconded it. Thank you. Any discussion? Oh, no discussion. Please cast your vote. Oh, good, it's working. Yay. Please record the vote. It is unanimous. It moves to second reading. And that's Dan from way back. I haven't seen you in forever. How are you? Wow. We'll have to catch up sometime.
From way back, way back.
I mean, I haven't seen you in a while, so. And you were everywhere, so. It's good seeing you. Where are we at? We're on another public hearing. I'm closing the regular session and open the public hearing in the matter of Agenda Item 6C. This is a special use permit renewal for mini warehouse facilities, StorageMart, 465 Southeast Oldham Parkway. New TKG-Storage Mart Partners Portfolio is the applicant. Would all those wishing to speak to this matter please rise and to be sworn in by the city clerk?
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
All right, thank you.
Mayor Barrett and council members, my name is John Mullane with Rouse Fretz White Goss Law Firm, 4510 Bellevue, Kansas City. Here on behalf of StorageMart, with me is David Clark of StorageMart, and we are here before you tonight for the renewal of a special use permit for StorageMart to continue operating at 465 Southeast Oldham Parkway. This facility has been used as a storage facility since the 1970s and was acquired by StorageMart, I believe, back in 2015. StorageMart is based in Columbia, Missouri, and has been operating in Lee Summit since about 2014 and 2015, and including this facility has 6 locations in Lee Summit. StorageMart is proud to operate in Lee Summit, wishes to continue operating in Lee Summit, and I will now defer to Claire's presentation. We're happy to answer any questions, and thank you for your consideration tonight.
Thank you.
All right, good evening, Claire Byers, Senior Planner. Please enter into the record Exhibit A, list of exhibits 1 through 20.
Please enter into the record Exhibit A, 1 through 20.
The applicant requests the renewal of a special use permit to allow for the continued operation of the existing mini warehouse facility. No changes or expansion of the existing site are proposed as part of this application. Facility is zoned PI, planned industrial, and surrounded by PI zone properties. Many of the structures also built in the 1970s and 80s. The immediately adjacent uses are primarily automotive in nature and include outdoor storage of vehicles and equipment which complement the proposed continuation of this use. The Ignite Comprehensive Plan identifies mixed use as the recommended future land use category. One objective established in the comprehensive plan is to stimulate continued economic development investment and reinvestment by the public sector. Approval of the SUP application to allow mini warehousing supports continued economic viability of the site by broadening the range of allowed uses offered to the public to meet the community's needs. Site is 6.717 acres. No changes to the existing 18 storage buildings or exterior site alterations are proposed, and the site has been established since 1978 for mini warehouse storage. Applicant hosted a neighborhood meeting on February 6, 2025 from 6 to 7 p.m. No members of the public were in attendance, and staff has not received any comments in favor or opposition of the project. Additionally, no zoning violation cases related to site maintenance have been filed during the life of the previously approved special use permit. Here is the landscape plan and a current site photo to show the newly installed frontage landscaping with 3 trees and 17 shrubs. So with the conditions as outlined here and in the staff letter, the application meets the goals of the Ignite Comprehensive Plan and the requirements of the EDO. Thank you.
Okay, questions for staff or applicant? Councilmember Shields.
I'm just wondering why 10 years, is that always standard for this kind of use? Because they've been there for, what, almost 50 years? Like,
Yeah, so even though they have been there a while, to remain consistent with our comparable locations throughout the city, staff does recommend a 10-year time period.
that's what was requested by the applicant, or?
The applicant did request more, but was very amenable to the tenure, but I don't know if you have any further.
Our request was just to repeat prior renewal, which was, I think, a term. Last one was approved in.
Out of curiosity, what's the cost in like staff time and applicant time to go through this process?
So the special use permit follows the same 2 to 3 month time period as a preliminary development plan or other planning process, and we're working out the cost right now.
Right, but I assume you have costs for legal services and everything else to prepare. All in, what does it cost you to go through this process? The longer you keep talking, the more it is. Yeah, sorry.
Well, for all in and just in terms of going through and updating, items that they noticed and the permit cost, that itself was $6,401, plus legal services affiliated with going through the process.
Yeah, ballpark is fine. You don't need to.
Yeah, so I think one site was about 19 or 21,000, if I remember correctly, and then the other one
Would you
was
state
about.
your name for the record?
Oh, sorry, David Clark with StorageMart. One of the sites, I believe, was all in 19 to 21,000, and the other one that we're going to be looking at next, I think, was around 30 to 31,000.
And then I guess just a process question to staff. If we wanted to do this for longer than 10 years, is that just a motion to amend that we'd make when we get to the ordinance, or is there additional steps or notice that has to be done for that?
Yeah, Shannon McGuire, planning manager. So yeah, you would just make a motion to amend the recommended time frame from the 10 to whatever you see fit.
Thank you, thank you. Other questions for staff or applicant? Is there anyone here that wishes to speak in favor or in opposition to the application? Please come forward. Are there any additional questions from council? Does the applicant care to make any further comment? Like it longer?
Yeah, our request was for 25 years, and if the council's amenable.
Hearing no further questions or comment, hearing no further testimony, I'm closing the public hearing and opening the regular session council discussion on this issue, on this applicant. Councilmember Shields.
Probably not a surprise from my line of questioning where my thoughts are. I have no issue with them continuing. They've been there for almost 50 years. I think we should just do the 25-year special use permit. It takes their time and staff's time and a lot of money to go through.
Councilmember Carlisle.
Thank you, and I'd just respond to Councilmember Shields and say that I do understand why, after our first initial, we do lower it down to a lower number of years due to the age of the properties and making sure that upkeep's going on. And that way, understandably, we've not had a problem with this location, but other locations aren't always this good, and not by your locations, but I just mean other businesses. And so I would rather be able to come back in 10 years and say, hey, you haven't been doing what you're supposed to be doing, no, we're not going to renew, instead of having to wait for 25 years to do that. So those would be my only comments. Thank you.
Yep. Councilmember Shields.
And just as respectfully, I'd say that's why we have codes enforcement, that we have. And just because it happens to be a storage use, they need the.
Yep, thank you. If you really want chiming in, I'm fine with a longer period. I don't see a reason to go through this every 10 years if staff's doing their job. But yeah, we can talk about that in a moment. So seeing no further questions or comments, Councilmember who? Lovell. Yes, you're right. Would you please read Bill number 25-085?
I move to advance the second reading Bill number 25-085, an ordinance granting a special use permit renewal for a mini warehouse facility in District PI on land located at 465 Southeast Oldham Parkway for a period of 10 years, all in accordance with Article 6 of the Unified Development Ordinance for the City of Lee Summit, Missouri.
Thank you. I have a motion to move to the second reading, Bill number 25-085 by Councilmember Lovell, seconded by Councilmember Shields. Discussion. Yes, Councilmember Shields.
Mayor, I would move to amend this bill to show a period of 25 years for the special use permit.
I have a motion to amend this to 25 years on the time period by Councilmember Shields. Is there a second? I'm not getting a second on that. I would have done 20, or maybe I would have done 20 probably.
Second it first and then talk?
Sure, you can second it and then we can talk about it. Mayor Protem seconds it. We have a motion to amend it to 25 years by Councilmember Shields, seconded by Mayor Protem Lopez. Discussion. Yes, go ahead.
So, Mayor, I mean, I think we can be reasonable. I definitely understand what Councilmember Carlisle said. The original intent behind the long-term originally and why we have to review these every so often with special use permits, it's for a lot of reasons. It's the integrity of the property. It's the market changing. So I would not feel comfortable with the full 25-year request, but maybe a 15, maybe a happy median. And that way it's good for the client and we still get a chance to review it every so often. So that's my recommendation.
Okay. Anybody else want to chime in? Thoughts? Okay, not seeing any. So we're going to, yes, Councilmember Hodges.
Echo Councilmember Lopez. I like the happy medium of 15 as well.
All right. Thank you. So if we vote on this and it goes down, if it does go down, it might go forward. You never know. We can always amend it to 15. So we are voting on 25 years right now. 25 years. Councilmember Lovell.
Just question, so like this was triggered because it was a 25-year SUP, right? And then like, so staff automatically the next one's 10 and then 10? Is that like, is this kind of, I mean, are we doing something now that's going to change how you do things moving forward because we've decided to change it? Or is this like, the reason it's 10 is because it was a 25 and then we go 10 and 10 and 10, right?
For the history of the site, it obtained its original special use permit approval. That was in 1978. Then it came back in 1984 for a special use permit approval due to different ordinance requirements at that time. It also then came back in 1985 due to new ownership, and then finally in 2000 for its most recent approval for a 25-year span. As far as other applications moving forward,
But why did you get, I mean, I thought you said something about why you picked 10 versus,
okay.
So staff, when we get applications, staff does review what historically has been granted in the past, and to remain consistent, has been that 10 years in the past. So if you do a 15-year or a 25 this year, that will kind of reallocate our calculation for applications moving forward. So to remain consistent, we do take guidance from you, so that 15-year.
I just try not to throw a wrench in all you guys do when you come before us with a suggestion. So, all right, thanks. That's the only question I had.
Okay, thank you, sir. I'm going to go ahead and call for the vote on the 25-year. Okay, so that one's going to go down because people might be more amenable to a shorter amount. So that one went down 8-1. Councilmember Shields, do you want to amend again? I think you could get 15 probably.
Okay. I move to amend Bill number 25-085 to reflect a period of 15 years for the special use.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion to amend this to 15 years as a time frame for the special use permit by Councilmember Shields, seconded by Councilmember Hodges. Discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. It does pass 6-3. All right. Yes, now we need to vote on this as amended. Special use permit. Be renewed, just a different time period, so 15 instead of 10. Any further discussion on this? Seeing none, please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. Passes 8-1. Okay. That'll take us to another public hearing, so I'm going to close the regular session and open the public hearing in the matter of agenda item 6D, special use permit renewal for mini warehouse facility, StorageMart, 953 Southeast Oldham Parkway, new TKG-Storage Mart Partners Portfolio. Applicant is the applicant. Would all those wishing to speak to this matter please rise and be sworn in by the city clerk?
Swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth.
Okay. Would you like to? Yes, sir. Mr. Lane?
Mayor Baird and council, just again, John Mullane, Rouse Fretz White Goss Law Firm with David Clark. I just want to echo much of the same sentiments I voiced on the last public hearing. Very excited to be in the city and hope to continue operating at this location. This facility has been in use since 2005 and was acquired by StorageMart back in late 2018. So proud to operate here. Thank you for consideration. We'll defer to staff's presentation at this point and take any questions afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Claire Byers, Senior Planner, please enter into the record Exhibit A, list of exhibits 1 through 17.
Please enter into the record Exhibit A, list of exhibits 1 through 17.
The applicant requests the renewal of a special use permit to allow for the continued operation of the existing mini warehouse facility. No changes or expansion of the facility are proposed as part of the application. The site is zone planned industrial, PI, and properties adjacent to the existing development are a mix of quadplex residential within the RP3 district, and then commercial uses within CP2. The Ignite Comprehensive Plan identifies commercial as the recommended future land use category. Approval of the subject application to allow mini warehouse supports the continued economic viability of the site by broadening the ranges of allowed uses offered to the public to meet the community's needs. No changes to the existing 19 storage buildings or exterior site alterations are proposed, and the facility has been in the current configuration since its 2005 approval. The applicant hosted a neighborhood meeting on February 6, 2025 from 7 to 8 p.m. One member of the public attended. According to the meeting notes, the applicant and attendee discussed the existing berm located along the eastern and southern property boundary. Staff has not received any written comments in favor or opposition, and additionally, no zoning violations have been filed during the life of this site. The landscape plan and site photo show the newly installed frontage landscaping of 9 trees and 54 shrubs. And with the conditions of approval as outlined here and in the staff letter, the application meets the goals of the Ignite Comprehensive Plan and the requirements of the ADO. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for staff or applicant? Would you, Ms. Myers, would you go back to the list of exhibits? Is that what you want? Oh.
Yes.
Site specific. I'm not seeing any questions, so we're going to ask if there's anyone that wishes to speak in favor or in opposition to the application, please come forward. Okay, back to council. Any additional questions? Further comment? Thank you. Hearing no further testimony, I'm closing the public hearing and reopening the regular session. Is there any council discussion on this application? None. Councilmember Shields, would you please read Bill number 25-086?
Thank you, Mayor. Move for second reading. Bill number 25-086, an ordinance granting a special use permit renewal for a mini warehouse facility in District PI planned industrial on land located at 953 Southeast Oldham Parkway for a period of 10 years, all in accordance with Article 6 of the Unified Development Ordinance of the City of Lee Summit, Missouri.
Thank you. I have a motion to move to second reading. Bill number 25-086 by Councilmember Shields, seconded by Councilmember Carlisle. Discussion? Yes, Councilmember Shields.
And Bill number 25-086 to reflect a period of 15 years for the special use.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion to amend the ordinance to 15 years by Councilmember Shields, seconded by Councilmember Hodges. Discussion? Okay. Seeing no discussion, please vote on the amendment to move this to 15 years instead of 10. All votes are in. Please record the vote. 7-2, it passes. So now we're back to the amendment, as amended, the ordinance as amended. Let's try that again. Ordinance as amended. Any discussion? It's now at 15 years. Seeing none, please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. It does pass 9-0. Thank you for reinvesting in Lee Summit. All right. Public comments? Over.
We had no public comments except those submitted for the public hearing earlier.
Okay, no public comments. We're going to take a short recess. Back at no later than 5 till 8.
I'm Assistant Chief Jim Eden. And I'm Battalion Chief Ben Hicks. And today we're at Lee Summit Fire Station 3. Fire Station 3 was part of the 2016 no tax increase general obligation bond for public safety initiatives. The station was built and occupied in August of 2020. Unfortunately, due to the pandemic, we've not been able to give tours or have an actual ribbon cutting. So we want to invite you in today to give you the opportunity to see what goes on within the Lee Summit Fire Department station.
Let's go take a tour. This is our admin side of the facility. We use this side mainly for offices. We have a lot of work during the day, whether it's training or doing reports or just generally taking care of the shift that we need to do. At this particular station, Station 3, we do have an assistant chief that works out of here. That person has their own office where they need to manage what's going on throughout the day with the shift and staffing, and as well as running calls out of here. The captain has their own office as well. What the captain does is at this specific station is in charge of both the fire truck that's here as well as the ambulance. And so with all those personnel responsibilities as well as running calls and reports, that's where they work out of. And generally for the rest of the crew, which is somewhere around 5 to 6 individuals, we have rooms to write reports, and we have additional training rooms and other rooms where people can work. Walking into our living area, I think it's important to recognize that we work 48-hour shifts. So in the evenings, after 5 o'clock, after work is done, we may have the opportunity to catch a game or something else as long as we're not running calls. And this gives us the opportunity to do that. When we go into our kitchen, I think this gives you a great reason to know why we go to the grocery store. When you see fire trucks at the grocery store, what we're doing. Well, so for 2 days working for 48 hours, we buy all our meals at the grocery store, and then we come in here and cook, just like you guys do at home. So everybody has their own fridge on each shift as well as their own pantry, and then we cook those meals here. Going into the sleeping side of things, we've got a couple different things that are significant. We have our own laundry room, which again is important when we're here for 48 hours. The opportunity to wash and clean our clothes and bedding is very important for hygiene. And walking into where our beds are, we keep the kind of sleeping quarters over on one side of the building. It gives us both easy access out to where our fire apparatus are, as well as kind of keeping it a little bit quieter for those people that have been up all night running calls. We have 11 bedrooms here at this station. And the reason we built it with so many bedrooms is we want to give ourselves as a city the opportunity to expand. So if we need to put another apparatus here or numerous other people working at this station, that's already in place as far as infrastructure goes, and we don't need to go back and try to make it bigger or better. And that's really important for us, especially because the old station was so small. Back out on the apparatus floor, we had doors facilitated as many places as possible, so that way when we're sleeping at night and a call comes out, we can make our way out fairly quickly to get out onto the truck if we need to and run a call. On the other side of the station, we kind of have other stuff that we may want to keep separated if we want to. Physical fitness is very important to us as firefighters. So in order to better ourselves and make sure we're as healthy as we can to do this job, we have our own gym facility here that we kind of go throughout the day when we can and get an opportunity to come in and work out. Our goal when we run calls, when we get back to the station after calls, our goal is to get ready to go back as soon as we can to run another call. So we have the opportunity or capability here to fill up our air tanks. You see firefighters wear the big air tanks on their backs, and they use those in a fire. We can come back and fill those up and make sure that we're ready to go again when we're wanting to go run another call. We have our own workshop here. We work on a lot of our tools and making sure that everything's clean and operational, and this gives us the capability to do that, again, to make sure that we have everything we need and we're as capable as we can be running calls throughout the city. Cancer prevention is very important in the fire service right now. Because of that, we have an extractor machine, and what this does is gives us the capability when we come back from a fire, we can put our bunker gear into this machine and get all that really nasty crud off of our gear. Again, kind of getting back to that cancer prevention mode, allowing us to be as clean as we possibly can for the next call. And finally is our bunker gear room. We each have our own individual locker. This gives us the opportunity to store our gear when we're not here working in between shifts, as well as keep a clean extra set on here in case we do run a fire and we need to clean our current gear. Typically, this is where your day starts off at the fire station. You come in and get your gear and put it on wherever you're working that day, and then you end the same way, bring your stuff back to your locker to go home after working. This is Med 3. This ambulance just currently moved into the station from Station 7.
Station 3, since we've had it built, has turned into one of our busiest stations in the city. Therefore, we wanted to provide the best care and the closest unit as we could. So we moved one of our ambulances up, and this became Med 3 for this particular instance. Out of this station, we also have Pumper 3. And that's a fire apparatus that they utilize to run the calls on this west end of the city. The last vehicle that you see is the chief's vehicle. We have 2 shift chiefs on shift every day, and they split the city. And this chief running out of this station typically covers the west and south area of the city, while our chief of Station 2 covers kind of that northeast section of our city, and they divide it up evenly. Thank you for going on a tour with us today. If you have any other questions about the Lee Summit Fire Department, please go to our webpage at lsfire.net or follow us on Facebook at Lee Summit Fire Department. Thanks for joining us on the tour.
Hello and welcome to Meet Me at the Market, your development update on Green Street. Green Street Market is enclosed and exterior work including roofing, glazing, tinting, and brick facade will be added soon. Wooden panels are up where glass doors will be, and workers are constructing utilities inside. When completed, a catering kitchen and concession area will be on the southwest side of the building, and bathrooms will be on both ends. Construction of the outdoor canopy adjacent to Green Street Market is ongoing. The steel beams and crossposts will support a translucent polymer roof covering the Green Street lawn, offering year-round programmed activities, events, and performances. Concrete has been poured in front of City Hall, and pavements, hardscapes, and landscaping will soon begin for Green Street Grove. The Streetscape Pavilion will serve as the gateway to Green Street with an art walk featuring art from acclaimed artists, an immersive kids playground, outdoor seating, and gathering spaces. More public art is coming. 4 local artists have been selected for the City Hall Public Parking Garage, and 3 finalists have been chosen for the digital mural for Green Street Market. Be on the lookout for an announcement very soon. 3rd Street from Douglas to Green intersection is expected to open on January 30th, followed by Green Street to the Johnson Street intersection in March. That's it for this episode of Meet Me at the Market. For more information on the project, visit cityofls.net/Green Street.
This is the best place to work.
I love working here.
I feel very blessed.
I love it here. I look forward to coming to work every day, being a part of this team.
Like a family away from home.
Where everyone feels like everybody knows their name.
A city that supports you. We see that with our benefits.
A pension, vacation days, job security.
Being able to be heard.
We feel valued. We feel respected.
Lee Summit is a very progressive city.
It's growing, it's thriving.
We have this drive towards not just doing a job, but doing it with a spirit of excellence.
I had the opportunity to continue to grow, regardless of 30 plus years doing this kind of work.
It's more than just dollars and cents.
We're here really to give back.
Providing a service to better a community.
To go out and serve people.
To be a part of something bigger than yourself. If I would have known what I know now, years ago, I would have been here much sooner.
Traditionally, we think as police officers, those responding to law enforcement needs within the community. But honestly, we are there to serve our citizens, and our citizens do go into crisis. They do have mental health crises, and we're being called to those scenes on a regular basis. In order to help serve those citizens better, we did initiate the Crisis Intervention Team Program. These are officers that are specially trained to de-escalate crisis situations. Recently, we've brought co-responders onto the scene, licensed qualified mental health professionals housed within our police department, and they respond with those officers directly to those scenes where a crisis is occurring so they can interact with that citizen and get them the help they need right there on that scene.
The co-responders are either a bachelor or master level in a behavioral health related field. They wear plain clothes, they don't carry weapons or anything like that.
I have a police radio that I listen to all day. Listen for, those key words: mental health, behavioral health, crisis.
There's a lot of officers that just call for me. I have my own radio number.
I also have the ability to self-dispatch to them and say 982 is en route.
Officers en route, 914 Armstrong.
So typically I arrive after they've made it safe. I'll make contact and get kind of the rundown, and then I just kind of jump right in.
Like, hey, my name's Allison. I'm a mental health professional. I'm here to help you. I'm not here to take you to jail or arrest you.
Sometimes all a person needs is a voice, someone neutral, someone outside that, can listen. I do a lot of safety planning, including family, their support network, who's close to you. If they're home alone, who can come over and hang out with you today? Can we lock away your sharps? Can we put up your meds? Do you need meds? Can we get you over to the urgent care to get you assessed for your medications? Some of them also are like, oh, I'm so glad you came. This made me feel so much better.
Our main goal as the co-responders is to, one, get people connected to the services that they need, and also divert from emergency rooms and jails.
And they almost get a different view of the police responding. That lets me know you care and the officers care.
Please, how can we help you?
My husband has...
In 2020, we had 722 mental health related calls for service. 2022, by that time, 1,479. These mental health related calls for service are increasing. How we're responding to that is increasing the number of crisis intervention team officers we have available, as well as the number of co-responders we have available to respond on these calls.
So what I think is important for the community to know about the co-responder program is that we're here, we exist. All you have to do when you call 911 is ask for us. You know, say, hey, I want a co-responder to respond to this crisis, and we'll go. I was really struggling about 8 years ago on my personal journey with mental health, and I met some amazing social workers and amazing programs that have helped me get to where I am today. I really couldn't see myself doing anything else. We want to help, and that's what we love to do.
So I had a client, we got a call, she had some suicidal ideations, and she really felt that she had nobody. And and getting to know her story and getting to know who comes around and sees you, well, then we found a support person and they responded immediately. And we made a plan. I called back and checked on her in an hour, and then I checked on her in 2 hours. We were able to get her into the additional services to where she talks to someone every week or more. I just took a person that really just thought they had nobody and nobody would show up for them, and show them you do. And you'll be amazed who is in your corner if you just simply say, I need a little help.
You can make the difference in somebody else's life.
If you're trying to get into the fire and EMS service, Lee Summit is probably the top name.
On a daily basis, we are tasked with an incredible task. So we're trying to keep it a relaxed environment.
As a new person, you are constantly on edge, learning.
The morning will look typical, coming in, getting a report from the shift that's going off. We get our truck checks done.
Our citizens trust us and believe in us by providing amenities like our gear, our stations.
They build it to accommodate getting to a call, but also having a home. State-of-the-art weight equipment.
Individual bunk rooms.
Downtime areas.
Breakfast and dinners together.
Cook together.
Get to know one another.
Train together.
Like a brother knows a brother and a sister knows a brother. Banter back and forth, but when the tones go off, they go to work.
We're here for 48 hours, so it can happen at any time. You can be in the gym. You can be in the middle of the night. You can be cooking.
Stop what you're doing and listen.
Wherever we are in the station,
people will stop what they're doing and listen, finding out which station it is.
What is the nature of the call?
EMS, fire.
What apparatus?
Where are we going?
Is it in my district?
To be on the highway.
Am I assisting somebody?
The expectation.
What gear do I need?
Are the lives involved?
That adrenaline dump.
Adrenaline rush.
Pants on, coats on, getting in the truck. We're mentally focused,
geared up,
paying attention to where we're going. Then we have a game plan that happens in the truck. The officer can give direction, and the dispatcher will update you. The officer will listen, the driver will listen. We get all on the same page, and when we get to the call, we can go to work. So many degrees of severity: structure fire, swift water rescue,
EMS,
car accident,
technical rescue,
TAC medic team. The equipment the fire department offers us is top-notch, from ring cutters to extrication equipment. State-of-the-art stuff, great trucks.
Tablet, Lucas device, battery-powered pot.
The right tools, the right training. The learning does not stop in the academy.
Building blocks continue call after call. Opportunity just to grow. Started out as a firefighter paramedic, moved to the rank of engineer paramedic, most recently the qualification of acting captain.
Firefighter, engineer, recently promoted to captain.
Promoted to paramedic since I've been here. I'll be honest, it's scary sometimes. You're the one back there. That person is having a bad day and they're counting on you.
We practice these scenarios over and over, so when someone has an emergency, we can channel those energies, minimizing any more injury. And then when it's over, we'll say, hey, how did we do? How is everyone doing? And we'll have frank conversations back at the station. The station assignment for us is a 48 on, 96 off.
The 4 days off is probably one of the greatest things ever.
To help us improve our sleep patterns, wellness, mental health. It gives you many, many options.
I have a small little 15 acres that we like to hobby farm, backpacking in the spring and in the fall. Mountain biking when the weather's good.
I have a 21-month-old at home, so I feel like I get to work a full-time job and then on the 4 days off, be a stay-at-home mom as well.
Spend a little.
It's a presentation, conceptual economic development incentive request for the Ward and 150 apartment project at 3620 Southwest Ward Road, Milhaus Development. Applicant is the LLC. It looks like Mr. Peterson's here to do a presentation, and then we have Mr. Bushek on our side because it's an incentive request. All right, Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Nice to see you all. Kurt Peterson here on behalf of Milhaus, as the Mayor said. Devin Coffey, the Director of Development of Milhaus, is right here. And this developer is national award-winning Class A multifamily, and I've had the chance to work with them for years. You kind of see a map on the screen that shows you some of their home bases and where they're active. They are in the business of developing and constructing, but also managing all their communities. So they do all that in-house. Their track record is truly exceptional in this way, both with their projects here in Kansas City and again across the country. They have 10 projects thus far, as you can see on the screen, in Kansas City, and they really deliver excellence every single time. And they have a couple different product types, and the product type that we're talking about here tonight for this site is one that has an extreme success here in the Kansas City area, which is why they want to try it here in Lee Summit. The project site, as you can see on the screen here, is 11.4 acres down in the southeast corner of this, or the bottom right of the screen, which is the southeast corner of the overall Arbor Walk Master Development. And you all know this has been a master development that has been in process for some 20 plus years. And we're right here. Ward is our north-south street, and then we have, of course, Missouri Highway 150 at the bottom of the screen running east-west. This is a very large mixed-use project that I thought this slide that I'm toggling to really gives the best look at it to remind us what's involved in this master development. It's mixed use, but predominantly filled with single-family housing, as you can see to the north, and then it gets more dense, or intense, as they say, as you move to the south towards the highway. So you have townhomes as you move south. You have some two-story apartments that were built 20 years ago in this area here. And then you have some commercial and office, and of course the church, as you get down along the highway itself. The project, slides, the project that's proposed, and remember we're in that southeast corner of that master development, is right here. And here's what it involves. It involves a Milhaus multifamily community that has 272 residential units, 1, 2, and 3 bedroom mixes. It has 7 buildings. You can see them here where the cursor is. It's the dark buildings and then also this one gray building here. This is the master developer, Mr. Christie, back here. This is his proposed retail commercial up on 150. So we're one tier back, as you can see, with the multifamily project. So there's one 4-story elevator building, which is the gray, longer building here. And then the rest of these buildings are walk-up 3-story buildings. And there's a total of 6 of those. And then you also have the clubhouse right here in the middle with the pool. So I have a couple of slides that are in your packet that I'm just going to rifle through, not say too much, but just to give you extreme confidence that this is very high quality multifamily community, both outside and inside. So just looking at similar products that they've done, again, not stopping and looking at every little bit. I will note amenities. This is what you'd expect for Class A, from the architecture and the finishes to the amenities like the pool, fitness, yoga, co-working, pet spa, fire pits, grilling stations, bike storage, all the things that we've come to expect from top-tier multifamily projects. Again, giving you similar projects they've done so you can get a sense for quality. Some inside shots, some more outside shots for a project in the Kansas City area. And one more slide just to give you some other project slides as we end up with 2 renderings of this site. So right here we have, we are looking to the south towards the highway. So you can see the clubhouse in the foreground. The pool is just beyond that. You can see one of the 6 3-story buildings here off to the left, also to the right. And then you see the one 4-story building that goes up against the commercial to the south towards the highway. One other vantage point here that I like now looks the opposite direction. So you're looking to the north and you can see the clubhouse and pool again surrounded by a number of the 3-story apartment buildings. So my quick takeaways on what I just raced through: one is quality, the design, the construction, and I will also add then also the operations that Milhaus does for the life of the building. They build these to last. They build them to own them and hold them and operate them with excellence. And then second takeaway is just that they're proven. They have 10 projects across Kansas City and a host of other projects across the country. So you know what you're going to get with Milhaus. You're getting quality, and they have proven expertise. So before describing the incentives request, which of course when we do a conceptual, there's some sort of proposed public-private partnership, I have one little context point. Since we just went to Planning Commission, I thought that's relevant. You want to know what happened there. So I'll do that very briefly. I know some of you end up having the opportunity to watch that, but here's a Cliff Notes if you didn't get the chance. So Devin, here again, Director of Development, held 3 large neighborhood meetings right near the end of the year into this spring, spread out. Milhaus listened to a lot of the suggestions that were made and made some significant changes, including reducing the number of residential units on the site, reducing the building count on the site, and then also moving that one elevated 4-story building from where it was, which was on the north side, which they were trying to deal with grades and everything, and moved it to the south as right up against the commercial rather than being closer to the single-family residential, among other changes. And at the Planning Commission meeting, there were 2 neighbors that spoke in opposition, and the primary issues raised really are 2. One, and this is the same with the neighborhood meetings, there's really 2 issues that came up. One was traffic and one was stormwater. When it comes to traffic, again, the Cliff Notes version, the current plan that's approved for this piece of ground right now is all commercial, all retail commercial. And so the one context point is this is substantially less traffic for the area to have multifamily as compared to the commercial that's approved there now. And the second is, and I know they're here, I'm parroting them, but staff stood up and said at Planning Commission, the streets, there's plenty of capacity built into these streets, and more so, for, more than even needed than for a project like this. So in short order, that was traffic. The other that was brought up by the 2 speakers had to do with stormwater, and staff, first of all, did confirm at Planning Commission that this project is in conformance with the Master Development's stormwater design. That was an important first point, so there's compliance there. And then also, we pointed out as a development team that we took extra steps, specifically putting in hydrodynamic separators, making sure that you take some of the any sort of clumps that would otherwise get in the system and move downstream, trying to take those out and really help what's happening downstream right now. So overall with stormwater, heard those concerns, but also felt like we were able to address them completely. So overall, staff recommended approval on the, again, land use side. Planning Commission added its recommendation to council. And assuming that positive feedback tonight in this conceptual presentation, we would then take the step to move on and be back in front of the City Council for first reading on the 21st of this month. So that's the quick and dirty on the land use side. So now back to the incentives, really the subject matter of this particular presentation. So the request before you tonight is for Chapter 100. Nothing more, nothing less. There's 2 components, as you all know. There's the fixed pilot, so for 10 years, there'd be a fixed, it would inflate each year, but a fixed tax payment of $1,600 per unit per year, again, going up with inflation. And then also a sales tax exemption to help with the cost at the beginning of materials for the project. Now, a critically important justification for this fixed pilot that we've talked about, I've been able to talk with you all many times about, is the certainty it provides for the next 10 years as the project matures and stabilizes. It means that our equity partner, it means that our lender, it means that Milhaus does not have to worry about, frankly, what the county appraiser's office is going to do. I stood here a couple times, and I won't always repeat the same thing. It can be catastrophic if you remember. Just it's amazing what can happen just with one decision made by the county appraiser that's not expected. So it's huge to be able to have this tax certainty. But there's something else really important on this project site that's worth noting that helps justify this Chapter 100. Milhaus has investigated and gone in and out of contract with Mr. Dave Christie here, who's the seller and the master developer, for over 2 years now on this site, which are like, what? How can that happen? The site is really, I'll say plagued, not to be too dramatic, but plagued with significant soil issues, mainly through undocumented fill where someone puts bad dirt, fill from other sites, construction debris, into the site, and it causes major problems. It also has 20 feet of grade change, rock encountered at 2.5 feet, compressible bad dirt, fat clays. It's a really hard site, this specific piece of land. So Milhaus, over the last couple of years, has been trying to mitigate these costs, redesign, reorientation of buildings, trying to make this site developable. So the extraordinary site costs due to these conditions, along with the undocumented fill, that's the most substantial, totals approximately $3.5 million of additional cost. If Milhaus doesn't find a way to figure this out, and this Chapter 100 will figure that out, it is a solution they've determined, then the next person that stands here is going to say, we got a really hard site. we could use your help. This is not a problem that's going to go away. So the proposal that I just mentioned for Chapter 100 would generate benefits totaling approximately $3.4 million. Mr. Bushek will stand up and give a number that's slightly higher than that, but if you ask us questions, we'll tell you that it's somewhere close to that, in between. But you can see that number is very, very similar to the benefit to the extra costs associated with this site. It helps bridge that gap that's caused by the extraordinary cost. So using the pilot numbers that we've used on other projects, meaning this 1,600 plus inflation, we're able to address both I'd call it the intrinsic problems with this site, but also provide an antidote to the financial insecurity that's caused by the county appraiser's office. And with the Chapter 100, if we were fortunate enough to get your support for it, we would have a project that could move forward on this site after 20 years, more than 20 years, honestly, of this piece of land sitting idle. So on a night like this, I know it's, quote, just a conceptual presentation, but I would not be being straightforward if I didn't tell you I still start to get like the adrenaline going, because I know on a night like this, and it will be for this project, this is where projects come to live or die, because we get your feedback and we rely on it, and we either move forward and we don't, or we don't. So I always want to end by summing up sort of my favorite phrase, because I hope it resonates, is a value proposition. If there's not value to your taxpayers and your residents and your voters, then you shouldn't support it. So I try to do a really good job of being succinct and effective in formulating the value proposition. So with that, I decided tonight, in brief, to throw out 3 questions for you to think about. And I think, and you'll decide if I'm right, I think these 3 questions really go to the heart of the policy issues associated with this particular tool, use of it or not, for this project at this particular site. So first one is, are we lacking new multifamily options in this, called the Southern Corridor, 150 Corridor, southern part of the city of Lee Summit? Are we lacking new multifamily options? The answer is yes. Some people intuitively, because we have a lot of activity around the city, say, no, that can't be, but it's true. Other than Echelon, which you'll remember is that project that was, about 5 years ago, I think, over near Walmart, near 291. Other than Echelon, there's been nothing else that's been built recently. And Echelon's full and was very quickly. The only other new project I can think of at all, which has not been built, was approved several years ago, which is right over to the west of us, 150 and Prior, but again, it hasn't been built, and that's the only other one I could think of that's been approved. So the point, there's not a flood of new multifamily in this corridor in the southern part of Lee Summit. So are we lacking multifamily here? Absolutely. We don't have that sort of full housing mix that I've heard this council talk about many times, the full housing mix options for residents either that want to move to Lee Summit or that are in Lee Summit looking for a different place to live. Second of 3 questions. Are we missing a number of restaurants and an abundance of retail in this part of the city, again, in this southern corridor? I'm going to say yes. And I do hear this, whether it's from some of you or from when we're just with residents. We're definitely, especially here, restaurants. I hear that more than anything. We're missing restaurants. So you all know how we get restaurants, and I know there's some industry sort of professionals up here among you. You know how we get restaurants and retail, for that matter. We have to have rooftops. We have to have people that live nearby. Otherwise, we're not effective. And Kate, I've called you out a few times, but Dave Christie, sitting back behind me, has been in the business for real estate development business for, I'll say, 40-something years, a long time, and has been really successful, and he's known for retail more than anything else. And again, he's our seller, he's the master developer here, and he has all those pads he wants to develop right in front between where this project would be and the highway. And he is adamant that Milhaus's high-quality Class A multifamily project is a critical part of bringing more residents, really, more rooftops, to be able to bring the restaurants, bring the retail here. And, is this a solution for the whole corridor? No, but is it a major incremental solution here to help bring and activate the remaining retail and restaurants in this master development? I know he would say absolutely. 3, and finally, is this project, when you think of this piece of land right here, is this project the highest and best use for this location? I would say yes, but I would say it another way too, that we're more used to talking. Is there a better fit than this? When you think of this land, is there a better fit to finish out this master development than this proposed Milhaus project? I'd say one, in terms of transition, it provides an appropriate transition from established single family to the north till you get to the commercial and the highway to the south. It's a transition. We use it that way in planning all the time. And especially when you put a 3-story and then you build to a 4-story as you get to the commercial. Second, in terms of property tax, this land has sat idle in the master development for more than 20 years, generating virtually no property tax, very low property taxes. If the council gave positive feedback tonight and we moved forward and the Chapter 100 is approved, the pilot schedule would generate year one, right away, between $400,000 and $500,000 of taxes as that climbs during the 10-year period, let alone after the 10 years, it's even more. And then that says nothing of the sales tax, bringing more residents to live here and be in this master development, which helps Mr. Christie get the restaurants and get the retail and the sales tax dollars to go to the city. And then lastly, just the idea of a mixed-use master development. As I was talking to different people about this project, I was told several years ago, Mr. Christie was instructed, show me a master plan, show me how the remainder of this build-out of this master development fits together. And Mr. Christie has done that. He's done that now, including this multifamily community in this part of the jigsaw puzzle. And that's what we're here with tonight as part of the overall master development. So I hope you, like me, find that your brain was saying yes to a lot of those questions, probably. And if they were, again, are we lacking multifamily here? Are we lacking restaurants and retail? Is the site intrinsically challenged? Is this the highest and best here for the overall master development economically and from a land use perspective? And will this bring substantial property tax to the schools and city and taxing jurisdictions? I hope you're feeling that the answer in your mind is yes, and that you'll find a way tonight to support this project and give us the feedback we need to move forward and make this come out of the ground. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for the time you gave me tonight.
All right, thank you.
Good evening, David Bushak, Chief Counsel of Economic Development and Planning. I'm going to start with a brief history of the project in this area and the incentives that the City Council has already approved to set some context for you. So the first map here, the red lines are the Community Improvement District, which I'll get to in a moment. But I thought this was the most relevant map to show the whole area and illustrate the incentives. In July of 22, that's the first time you, City Council, heard a conceptual presentation from Christie Development. And at that point in time, their only request was a Chapter 100 for the senior care facility and the CID that you're looking at here. There was no request for incentives for the apartments at that point. Then in July of 22, City Council approved the ordinance approving the preliminary development plan for the scenic development. That's the senior care facility. Then December of 22, City Council held the public hearing on the Chapter 100 plan, approved the bond documents in early 23. And then in March of 23, Milhaus sent a letter to Christie Development explaining the need for the incentives for the apartment project. And that letter is in your packet, and it essentially repeats what Mr. Peterson just described to you in more detail. Then in June of 23, the City Council approved the ordinance for the PDP for the commercial components that are sort of in the middle. I believe it's over in this area here. Convenience store, daycare facility, and oil change business. Then in September of 23, Council approved this CID that you're seeing here. And that's the red boundaries. The numbers, I had just numbered these properties back when, if this looks familiar, you've seen this before. I just numbered the properties, that's what the numbers mean. And then the red area over here, that was included because the CID revenues can be used to pay for these roads over here as well as a new signal over in this location. And then in December of 23, the cooperative agreement was approved for the CID. In September, the CID was approved, cooperative agreement in December. And then finally, the last action that I have in my history, the chronology, in December of 23, the Chapter 100 plan for the senior development was approved. And so, that project is located, Right, we're over here, sorry, over in this area. And that is the next slide that I have here. This is the senior care facility that's under construction. So that's the history of the incentives in this area. And I guess one of the salient takeaways is there was no request for incentives for the apartments, but the additional reasons have already been described to you in the initial presentation. So I will go through my analysis of the incentive request like I usually do. Starting with looking at this from a timeline perspective, during the construction period, they're requesting the sales and use tax exemption on construction materials. And then for 10 years, they're requesting the fixed pilots at $1,600 per unit. By my calculation, using the 90% rule, the actual taxes would be close to $2,900 per unit. The 90% rule, and if this sounds familiar, it's because we've discussed this in the past also. Back in, I think it was 21, when we had more detailed discussions with Jackson County about how they value properties, and specifically apartment properties, they told us that they use the net present value income approach to valuing apartments when they come out of the ground. Our question was, how do you do that if, that's just sort of an estimate of what your revenue would be? And they also told us that the number that they assign going forward at that point in time should be at least 90% or more of what the total project cost should be. So we've followed that rule in the analysis that I provide to you. I use the 90% rule, and that's how I get to the $2,900 per unit in taxes, which then I derive the 45% abatement calculation. Now, something that Mr. Peterson mentioned, and I'll go ahead and mention it here because we've had this discussion before. If this project were to happen and incentives are not provided, what would happen in that case? We've heard from many developers, they say if the actual taxes were $2,900 per door, they would appeal. And so the actual valuation, if they're successful, would be something less than that amount. How much less? Who knows? That's sort of open for debate. Would they be able to successfully appeal it down to $1,600 per unit? Don't know, but we've had that discussion many times before. I think the reality is, if that scenario were to happen compared to what they're requesting, the answer would probably be somewhere in between these two numbers. But where? We don't know, because that scenario probably won't play out. I'm just mentioning that to provide context for that 90% rule. Benefit to the taxing districts. Today, the property is producing very nominal taxes, about $370. And during the first year of the pilots, under this structure, the total revenues to all the taxing districts would be $435,000, with cities shown in red about $77,000, $78,000. And then over 10 years, here's the calculation, and I've included the abatement amount down here based on my calculation of 45% up here. The value of the incentive request to the developer, project cost $64 million. Here I've quantified for you the value of the sales tax exemption and the net present value calculation of the tax abatement. So the total incentive request is about 6.2% of total project costs. And then the impact to the city, this is the sales and use tax exemption. The city is about 24% of the total, and the real property tax abatement, the city is typically about 17% of the total tax bill. This is the single page summary, so you have a clean snapshot of what the incentives are with all the other slides. Sales tax exemption and the real property tax abatement, this is a repeat of the numbers I just showed you, but this is just a simple summary, one incentive and two components to the incentives. This slide you've also seen, and I've updated for you with more recent data, and I'll zoom in a little bit here. So this slide, we've been tracking the actual value that is assigned by the county to all the projects where the City Council has approved Chapter 100. And then the green down here, these are the ones that are under construction. Two of them have some valuation at this point, but they are under construction, and so that data is not really helpful at this point. The takeaway is that the county's valuation today, so this was the value they assigned in 23, carried over to 24. We've talked about how these valuations magically all went up by exactly 35%, which is peculiar. But that's the value of the properties today. And if you go all the way to the end then, these numbers would be the actual taxes per unit based on the county's valuation. And so this bears out, in my mind, the county's 90% rule that they explained to us. And specifically, the Streets of West Pryor project is the one project that was completed and came online and received this valuation by the county after they told us about the 90% rule. And if you'll look down here, the taxes, the county's valuation of this project, I believe, was above 90% of total construction costs. So the point that I'm highlighting here is the county's valuation does put it pretty high. They do follow the 90% rule, and they appear to be following that, especially after their update of these apartment projects in 23. And then this portion of the chart compares the actual pilots that you've approved for these projects, and in some cases we're analyzing the taxes per unit back here. And so you'll see the trend in the Chapter 100 projects that the City Council's approved. It's this trend, so 1,400, 1,800, some 1,600s. Most recently, the single standalone project that you've considered most recently is the Montage project. And the question would be, is that the new benchmark for the pilots, given that that's $2,776 per unit? The Oldham Village Apartments I included on here, it's not a fixed pilot structure. That is the number that results from 75% abatement, which the City Council's already approved. But as far as the standalone apartment projects with pilots, these would be the comparables, with the Montage being the most recent. And then I included the Milhaus apartment down here just for comparison purposes. Next slide that I have, this is a summary. Now, I apologize. This was not in your meeting packet. I failed to include it. This is updated. I refreshed this for the meeting tonight. This is the list of all of the incentives that the City Council has approved for residential historically. We've got the apartment projects, the townhomes, some mixed residential, that's the Griffin Riley project that's along Highway 150, and then some senior care facilities, including the scenic development down here, which I already talked about. And so you'll see the Milhaus Apartments is included in this analysis here, and it would be the next project in the sequence, and we can turn back to this data if you have questions. And then finally, this is the updated incentive chart, which you've seen many times, and I suppose the key takeaway is at the bottom, the Milhaus Apartments I've included in this, and the total incentive request for this project, 6.2% of total project costs, and you'll see our Chapter 100 average is a bit higher than that, closer to 8%. So measured by the metric that we have been using historically, it's within the range of what the City Council has historically approved if you're looking to compare this request to the previous Chapter 100 approvals that the City Council's provided. I guess the last thing, that concludes all of the items that I wanted to cover for my slides. The last thing I'll mention is, since this is a conceptual presentation, we've been having some discussions as staff. One of the things that I think this is a good point to note this. Lee Summit is unique regarding how we handle incentive requests. The conceptual presentation that we're holding right now is unique, as far as I know, compared to other cities, all the other cities I've worked with. And so this is the point where if you want to provide feedback, you know what kind of feedback you typically provide to the applicant. Based on the discussions I've had with city staff, this would also be the point that if you have other feedback to direct us to go negotiate anything, we can certainly do that. One of the things that we have discussed is what level of negotiation should staff have with an applicant before the conceptual presentation. And I think because Lee Summit is unique in that we have this conceptual presentation, we're different than other cities in that the negotiations don't start at the beginning. We process the application to present it to you here. We receive your feedback, and based on that feedback, that could be your opportunity for us to negotiate if that's your direction. I just wanted to mention that because we have a unique system here in Lee Summit, and I think we should. So I'll stop there, and we can discuss and answer your questions.
Okay, thank you. All right, Councilmember Shields, start us off.
Thank you, Mayor. So one of the questions I always have is to do with, do they have any kind of public improvements that are going on? Is there any kind of infrastructure that's going to help activate other areas nearby? What are we looking at here?
That question would be answered by the CID. The CID was designed to pay for the primary public improvements that are a burden that they needed incentives for, and that would be the signal at, I think it's at this intersection, right? Signal that this CID pays for, along with all of the other road improvements that have already been constructed over here. So the answer is yes, there are public improvements for the development as a whole, and the CID is designed to solve for those.
But the CID is already in place. We're
Correct.
just talking about the Chapter 100 tax abatement pilots,
Correct.
all that. Okay. When you set the pilot amount, and this is probably for the developer, how did you land on that $1,600 number?
We were trying to fill a gap based on the soil conditions I talked about that came up to about $3.4 million of extraordinary cost. And when we went to the 1,600, which is where there's been a number of projects recently, you literally do the math and it comes up around that, in our math, around 3.5 million. I could have those two numbers reversed, but you get my point. They were very similar, and that's how we came up with it.
Happy coincidence that it just kind of landed around what the other ones
Yeah, it was
we've
really
done,
similar, yeah.
probably a question more to staff. Do you kind of concur with the assessment of the difficulty of developing the site in terms of the soil issues, grading? Like, has anyone on our side looked at that? Do we feel those are extraordinary?
My answer is I have not. I don't have any personal knowledge of those problems. I know what the developers indicated, and the letter that they sent back in '23 indicated the same thing. So I presume that they're not, this is not a fabrication. But I don't have any additional knowledge on my own. Although I'll turn back here and see if, I don't think we have any additional information about the specifics of the soil conditions, the rock, the clay, that sort of thing.
Fair enough. I guess my overall take on it is I understand wanting the tax certainty because Jackson County has shown themselves to be unpredictable. I think it's good to get something in here that brings the rooftops, that brings the retail, that brings the restaurants, because that area really could use it. I want to know a little bit more about what's really needed for those pilots to make a project happen there. But I'm not opposed to it because right now it's not generating any revenue. It's not serving the people in that area with housing options, retail options, restaurant options. So I think there's public benefit to it, but I would like to know a little bit more about the numbers and what it's really going to take to get it done. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Funk.
A third of the units have an elevator and they're in that south building. The rest are walk-up units, that's right. Yes. I don't know off the top of my head. I know we have some covered parking areas, yes. I've been saying that's right. So you're right, Councilmember. This is not unusual for Class A in the market at all. This actually not holds all the properties is a strategy because we're vertically integrated, so we do everything from design all the way down to operate. So if we're not keeping our folks busy operating, we got to hold our properties. But no, I ran the numbers because at Planning Commission there were some questions about this that you may have had a chance to see Planning Commission. The numbers look like this. If you take our region, which is actually Oklahoma City and Kansas City together, we're at just about 70% of the properties that we built. We have today, and then I ran it nationally based on capital, so $1.8 billion that we've spent since we were founded, out of the $2.8 billion are still held, and that again comes up to about 70%. So in your mind, if you think of that 70% held since we built, yeah, we hold most of our product, but not everything. There's times when you need to sell. Like we talked about it more at Planning Commission. So again, we go ahead. So like I said, we have sold approximately 30% of our projects, and I try not to bore everybody, but since you're asking questions, so there's different reasons that we sell. Sometimes we have different equity investors that will say, look, for reasons X, Y, and Z, we need to liquidate. There's just reasons sometimes they have to do that. We were just talking today about one like that. Other times, which I hope everybody can appreciate, because it's 70%, $1.8 billion of the $2.8 billion we still hold and we operate, and that's part of our business model. But sometimes somebody comes forward and just offers you something that is just too good of a price, and what do you turn around and do with it when you're a Milhaus and all you do is Class A projects? You turn around and you build the next project, right? At least Summit or somewhere else. So if the point, council member, is proving that we've sold some projects and will probably sell some in the future, absolutely. But do we still, as a company, hold 7 out of 10, you know, of our projects and have a business model to hold them? Absolutely. Sir. The 4-story one is what the one, yeah.
Sorry. That front building looks like it's just straight flat roof, 4 stories.
It is flat roof. That's by
Square.
design, so it's not taller since it's already a 4-story
Windows
building.
are all the same size.
I don't think I loaded the elevations. I don't know, Mark, if somehow your magic can have those, but at Planning Commission, we showed the elevations and the Planning Commission supported that, didn't have any negative comments on it.
That's all I have for now, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Rader.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Peterson,
Yes, ma'am.
I may have missed this, but how large is that piece? How many acres is it?
It's approximately 12 acres.
12 acres. And my one question is, why is there one 4-story building?
Because we've had Milhaus has had a lot of success with mixed product, kind of like when we go in with a single family and we might have the smaller lots and the estate lots. What we do is we go in and we find that when we're able to offer people, look, do you want the air-conditioned hallways where you have a person when you walk in and say hello at the desk and you walk in and you have elevators, or do you want to be able to go straight from your car upstairs or not upstairs and go into your unit? We find that there's people that want each, you know, some people want one, some want the other. So this mixed sort of offering like this, where we have a third of our units in the 4-story elevator building and the rest on walk-ups, has done well in the Kansas City market. So that's what this is. That's how we arrived at that.
And what do you really consider as Class A? Is that just the amenity package?
I was going to say, if you made me do like quick answers, I would say amenities, finishes would probably be the biggest.
Finishes of exterior of the buildings?
Both. And people care more about the interior. I mean, when most of us are renting, I think most of us have rented an apartment before. You care more about really what's on the inside than the outside, but it's the outside too. But mainly to your question, finishes and amenities, the pool, the separate clubhouse, which is much more expensive than when you incorporate that into a residential building, when you do a separate clubhouse with pool. So all those, I think, go to Class A.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you that I spent quite a bit of time in Arbor Walk for years,
Actually, yeah. Yep.
Working over there. And I've always bragged about that little subdivision because it was very eclectic. But everything in there, except for the apartments that are way off to the west, is all owned.
Right.
And there are a very diverse mix of housing. So, you know, there's duplexes, townhomes, triplexes. I mean, and then all the different styles of homes there, which is really cool, the small lots and all. So as I think about this project, I will tell you honestly, I don't know that it fits with the architecture of that subdivision. I mean, with 3- and 4-story buildings, I like the fact that the commercial on the front, I think we need commercial over there on that side of town, but I just fear that with a concentrated amount of units, and then the fact that they're tall, it's just, and then you said you didn't give us any pictures of what, you know, the
elevations. At Planning Commission, we go through all the elevations.
To look at, so it's just like,
I did the rendering.
I just really feel like it's not going, it's kind of just gonna be a big high-rise there in the front, and then.
This gives you a look. I'm sorry. I don't have that. You know what I mean by elevations. At Planning Commission, we go through each side and all that. I do have these, which are you know, engineered renderings, so that should give you a sense of the scale there.
And, you know, there's been quite a bit of pushback from the residents around there as well, over the fact that they don't want apartments. And so, anyway, I guess that's really all that I have to say about that, but I appreciate it.
Thank you. Councilmember Hodges.
I just had a question about, I don't know if this was mentioned, but will there be access control in all the buildings? There will be, okay. Also, I know, in regard to parking, I know that was an issue at neighborhood meeting. So I know you guys had requested 476 spaces, but 522 were required. I guess what is your solution to that? Because on-street parking is a known problem, and the surrounding neighborhood, it does not want to deal with that. So what is your guys' solution to?
Absolutely right that that can be a problem and it has to be paid attention to, full stop, just not rushing through this question. The one epic fail I have for those of you that didn't see Planning Commission is we have a separate slide that goes through and compares similar apartment projects and then goes through, and actually Devin had a really good slide that goes to sister cities, if you will, and says what the requirements are. So if you'll allow me, since there's a record out there you can look up right now, I will say it's very compelling, and the Planning Commission didn't have any issues. No one really had, voiced a concern as they made the recommendation. That is this. It's frankly probably even still a little overparked for what's needed, and that comes from both comparing to other codes around. Staff supported the parking that we proposed, and then lastly, kind of hitting, I don't know, Councilmember Hodges, I say just on Milhaus' experience, you spend all this money on a project, and if you're underparked, it's a major problem. And they have, this parking ratio as compared to their other projects is not out of whack, and they've had no problems at the other projects. So kind of a earful there, but we gave a lot of thought to parking, and we have plenty of parking
So to your
stalls.
point on other cities that you have
Yes.
developments in, I know one of the questions was, okay, but does that differentiate between cities who have more mass transit than, say, Lee Summit? Because obviously we will have more cars because we do more transit in our own vehicle rather than taking the bus or taking the train, whatever. So was that taken into account as compared to those other cities that tends to maybe have the 1.6, 1.7 space requirement, whereas for us, Wilbur Lee Summit, it makes sense to have two.
Totally agree with the thinking, but as I think through the projects, there's no super heavy transit projects, and there's some like this that just not going to be much transit at all. So no, I agree with the thinking there, but no, that was taken into account to answer your question.
So for instance, you brought up the Echelon earlier. So I know that it's been a big problem with their on-street parking.
And I don't know. I don't know what they did or didn't. I'm sure staff probably. I mean, because you don't want to just hear from me, but on parking and everything, staff's a good resource on this too. Just to.
And that's what I'm saying. Since you brought it up, I was curious how they, because I've seen their on-street parking and it looks horrible. So I'm kind of wondering how it would compare to what we allotted them versus what they asked for. Just, again, I know this was a big concern in the community, so I want to make sure it does get addressed.
I was trying to look up the parking count for Echelon. What was the question?
So how does it differentiate from what they're asking for their parking requirement that we want for the, 522?
So the UDO offers two methods for calculating parking. They have the one-size-fits-all standard table, which is about 1.99 per unit on an apartment, or they offer a kind of a customizable method. They've utilized that customizable method to supply data that says, hey, your surrounding communities, some of the surrounding communities are Olathe, Overland Park, some Missouri cities as well, says that this is what they're requiring. Your count's really high, so we're going to actually go with that 1.7. Specifically, the Echelon project, I'm not familiar with the exact count on that particular project, but I can definitely look that up for you.
Okay, yeah, I would just be curious to see because I know it's an issue there, and I'd hate to just. I would love to see those numbers.
Yep. I can go look that up for you right now.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Also, I had a question in regard to retail has been mentioned and stated that approved. This will bring retail. What does that timeline for retail look like, and what are the hopes for the retail?
So Mr. Dave Christie's the expert, but in talking to Mr. Christie all the time, I would say that it is unusual that while we're under construction, that you're usually going to land a bunch of your new commercial restaurants and such, because we'd be right next to it. But I think anything's possible, but I think most likely it's as the multifamily community would open, that you would start to really have that adjacent commercial probably have a way better chances of coming to life. So when you think how long it takes to build, it takes approximately 20 to 22, 23 months. So 26, 27. So it sounds like a long time, but really would probably be ready to come to life in 2028.
So, but there's no like guarantee, like the package deal, like.
I wish. I mean, Mr. Christie's sort of counting on it by saying this belongs here, and then that's going to be the best for bringing restaurants and retail. But yeah, nobody. I wish we could, but nobody can promise it.
I have a question for Mr. Bushek. In regard to the incentives, so I think we have asked this before, but again, I'm not sure where we are at with it, so I wanted to ask it again. So I know that we always ask question, do you hold long term, and we never know who the buyer could be. Is it possible, or even does it make sense to have a clause in there that says if they sell while the incentives are still present, that somehow the buyer must be approved, or somehow to where it's not, they're just freely given the same incentives that
The answer is yes, we can do that, and we have on a few occasions. So if you go through the chart that I showed you in the history of Chapter 100, the earliest Chapter 100 projects, the bond documents did not have any sort of city review and approval of sales. Our more recent ones do have that clause that says the sale cannot occur unless the city reviews and approves. Certainly include that in this case, and if the council would like to strengthen that provision, tonight would be the time to give me that direction, and we can do that too.
I know I would love to. I think it's something we should do more of. But no, that answers my question, so I appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I really, so before I go back around, let me try to summarize what I'm hearing. So I really like the direction. Well, I'll go ahead and let you speak since you haven't. Well, I want to like try to help is all. With regard to where the way the conversation's going, I'm hearing some concerns, but I want to make sure that I like that last approach, which is if we're concerned about who's buy and hold, how do we shore that up? I really like that because it helps us say, okay, here's some feedback. If it's Class A, how do we shore up Class A? If it's master plan, I think we kind of have a master plan, but what I want to try to do is be consistent because I don't want to hold this developer to a different standard than others. So how can we get better out of this? Or is it that we just don't want apartments there because if we do that, then I'm not sure what's going to go there. So we got to talk about that a little bit too. Like if it's not apartments, then what's going to be that layer behind the retail, that type of thing. So let's work towards, and how do we fix the parking? That was a good one. Mr. Peterson, when we're talking about, you can say that the parking is not an issue, but we don't have that in front of us. And I understand it went through public hearing at the Planning Commission, but that's not right here, right now, showing us that you're not going to have any parking problems. Could we pull up staff and say, are we going to have parking problems? They can say, no, this is okay. But I think it's going to be a lot more assuring if we have it in front of us. We can see, because parking has been a big deal. You had Matt Schlicht in here earlier. He doesn't come forward unless parking's taken care of. I mean, that's one thing that we've been really staunch on. So, yeah, But the bigger question, though, at the very end of this conversation, we got to keep moving forward towards, if we solve or mitigate and make this a better project and solve for these issues and put a clause in that we're going to approve of a seller, like, are we okay with moving them forward? Because otherwise, we could kind of talk in circles. Yeah. So with that said, I'll go back around, or finish going around and then go back around. Councilmember Pryor.
Thank you, Mayor. So I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that it's been stated that if the apartments don't go here, then I guess a Marshall's would go here, is what I believe was stated during the neighborhood meeting. But so the 3 bedrooms, the 3-bedroom apartments, do you do 3 bedrooms in most of your apartment complexes?
Usually that's a smaller, like here it's 5% of the units, so most have 3s, some have just 1s and 2s, but here it's 5% of them are 3s.
Do they typically bring in children, the 3 bedrooms?
No, I literally just had this conversation when we were at Planning Commission, last week, and the answer is it tends to be people that want an extra study or what have you, so no, you might, in general, this is a general statement, but sometimes when apartments are more affordable at lower prices and they're bigger with a bunch of bedrooms, that would attract a family, but not usually at the Class A, more expensive apartments.
Okay, thank you.
But we're not, and I'm being serious, but we're not discriminating. I mean, anybody can come. If you're a family, you could come, but I'm giving you my general observation in 20 years of working in the area.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And that's the only question I have right now. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Shields. Oh, Councilmember Carlisle, you're right. Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Shields. Yeah, Councilmember Carlisle, you haven't spoken yet, please.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, so I have a few things. First, I appreciate you putting the 4-story building next to the commercial and not next to the homes, so thank you for that. I understand that this is a conceptual plan for the incentives and not the actual plan for the apartments, which is why we don't see the finishes and the mix of 3 to 2 to 1 and if they're studios and all of that. I get that and I completely understand that. Would I like to see that? Yes, but I know that's not where we are. So my real questions are, so we know there's a CID on this, and they said that's being used for the roads and the stoplight, right? Are those things already in? Those things are already done. I'm getting nods, so I'm just going to say, but I'll let somebody say it on their own.
I will show you on the slide that I had. Let's see. All of these road improvements that this CID can fund and is funding, is reimbursing the developer, are all constructed. And then the signal down here, I haven't been by it. Not constructed yet.
Okay, so all the road improvements are done. One signal is still left, and that CID can only improve those things, correct?
Hey, reimburse the developer for those, yes.
Okay, and is that the master developer that did the CID that's getting reimbursed for those?
Yes,
Okay, it's
Christie,
not like,
a subsidiary of Christie Development.
okay, I just want, I'm like, it's not like, well, maybe the master developer did the village or whatever. Okay, so then what I hear from you guys is that you really need this incentive because of questionable fill that's been put on the property. So, but we have no idea what the questionable fill is, assuming it was somewhere in the development of these things that dirt was just dumped and now it's fill, right? Assuming. Okay, I get that. Can the CID not pick that up? I mean, like, why?
A CID can fund 2 things: public improvements or blight clearance, redevelopment, rehabilitation, and reconstruction of structures in a blighted area. So could the CID be used to, I'll say, improve the soil? It's not connected to a public improvement, and it's not connected to reconstruction of a structure. So I need to double check the statute before I give you a definitive answer, but I don't think so, unless it's connected to one of those 2
I think that's outside
things.
the map, though, too.
Correct. It's, I mean, you
But it
have
would
to
have to be
amend the
amended,
CID petition
obviously,
too,
yes.
right? So aside from the procedural issues, I don't know if that would be an eligible cost.
I didn't think it could be, but you know, the way the fill's being talked about, it's blight, right? So that was why I asked the question. So really what I see is that you want a pilot and you want sales tax exemption, right, David? Sales tax exemption as well?
Yeah, sales tax exemption for purchase of the construction materials.
Which is just the norm, like always, and then
Correct.
the pilot. But the pilot is being requested at $1,600, which you see as a 45% abatement.
Correct.
So here's my feedback on just the incentive. I don't have problem giving incentive if everything is the finishes we want, the mix we want, the parking's taken care of, all of the things. I have no problem with that. Do I think $1,600 per door is fair? I'm not so sure about that. But I'll believe whatever I'm told by our attorney. So would I have a problem with going $1,600 a door on this project, looking at it as is right now? I don't know, because I don't know what the finishes are. I don't know what all of those things are. So just my overall, would I have a problem with doing a regular Chapter 100 like we would normally do on a project? No. As long as all of those things that I already touched on are there. When it comes to the fill, do I think that our taxpayers should have to pay to abate something that has probably been going on since the overall development of this area happened? No. But I understand that you guys shouldn't have to pay for that either. So I don't know where that needs to lie, and if maybe that's a different conversation to be had between the parties, but I think that's pretty much where I'm at. Did I miss anything? I'm just looking over my notes. Sorry, guys.
Well, the first part of that was if it had the finishes, if it had the mix, if it had the parking, if you mitigated for the questions that are still out there and you made this Class A by our standards, you'd be okay with this. So that's really kind of where I was trying to go with council.
That's what I was just trying to, on this.
I need to know where other council members are on those issues exactly. So that was a good framing of the conversation. Okay, now let's go back around. Councilmember Shields.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, I'm okay with this. I want a little bit more drilling down into the numbers. I think putting in some provisions about purchase approval makes sense. It's something I immediately go to, but given some of the concerns that have been expressed. As far as the parking goes, I don't know if you know this at this point, but like what the unit mix is and how many adults per unit do you expect? Like between couples, roommates, whatever, like on average, how many people over 18 are gonna live in?
It's a good question. It varies, and it is baked into the parking code because they really dig into that sort of thing. And it's kind of a perfect segue, if you don't mind. Remember how I said I had an epic fail? I didn't include a slide that was really into the weeds on parking. And to be totally honest, while you all should ask whatever's on your mind, I did not anticipate we would get that deep into the planning commission topic, just so you know why I was thinking this way. But I have the slide. I just can't easily put it up here. If you don't mind, I've been very brief. I did do a better job of what I tried to do a minute ago. So to what Shannon was saying about other cities, okay, that's even better. Oh, I see, it went to that. And then, Devin, you're saying. Great, okay, this is even better than me using just my words. So the parking ratio described as number of parking stalls per unit, come on. This is a cruel joke on me. Mark's doing this to me, right, with the button. So what we're about to talk about is how much parking is there. And we look at it as number of parking stalls per number of units, which is kind of getting to the whole question that I was saying about when you have a mix of units and how many people live there and how many cars there will be. Good slide now.
If I could, for just 2 seconds, to answer Council Member Hodges' question with regards to the echelon parking. That particular project was approved for 1.8. It was also an alternative parking plan. It was 441 parking spaces in a mix of different types, 214 surface, 20 carports, 100 detached garages, and 107 attached garages.
Yeah, I think you said 1.8
1.8
per unit.
per unit.
This one is, Mr. Peterson, do you know what this one is?
Yeah, this is like 1.74. I'm gonna look at my notes here in a second. This one is, this is 1.74, and when Mark gets there, which will be great. I don't know where that counts, right? This is the table that shows all the cities and their required spaces per unit. About to wing it because I was looking at it and you saw it on the screen there for a moment. If it doesn't, out of battery, right? So for context, this is what I was going to explain. I'm sorry that this is taking a little bit, but it's an important topic. So on parking, that again? Yeah. Special or just like that? Just like how to solve the challenge. Okay. Column that we want. There we go. So what this is showing is on the right, you would see the 1.74 parking stalls per unit. And on the left, you'll see the required parking ratio in other cities in the area. And you can see, other than Lenexa, which is 1.85, everyone else is below what's being provided. So that's meant to give, per the code, this is a way to provide an alternative way to provide confidence in the number of stalls that are being provided. Now, what's hard is, I really want to have a perfect answer for Councilmember Hodges when we talk about echelon. I don't, but with great confidence, it's kind of a mix, right? We look at this and we're doing what at least some of code is asking us to do. We're looking at other cities and we're exceeding, except for Lenexa, we're exceeding what everyone's requiring. And then third, we just will not build something that's going to be underparked. It's so, 10 examples in Kansas City, but I cannot address, be very clear, I don't have that experience with echelon to know about what you're talking about. And I'm sorry about that.
Okay, so basically, what you put up here is to say that you have a different parking ratio depending on the number of bedrooms, because you expect the studio apartment's going to be occupied by one person. You expect the 3-bedroom is probably going to be, a couple, 2 people. So you've got 2 bedrooms, and you think your 1 and 2 bedrooms are going to be a mix of singles and people multiples, right? So that's why you kind of come to that middle ground.
And that's how codes do it. They look at it that way. There's several different ways, but in general, everything you said is right.
But that's the general reason why you think not every single, some of these apartments are going to need 2 parking spaces, but a lot of them are going to be just.
Like take a 3-bedroom, just lots of experience with this. You rarely end up with 3 bedrooms filled with 3 cars or multiple cars. People like more space. So that would say we're over parking, which is good because we leave ourselves some buffer.
So that's helpful to me to see that a good chunk of these are studio and one bedrooms that I
That's
think,
right.
even though it's possible.
60%.
So even though it's possible that you're gonna have two people with two cars in there, it's a lot less likely, right? So
Definitely
that's
not in a
with
studio,
the-
and not usually a one bedroom, yeah.
I mean, a couple of people who really like each other, you never know, but,
Could happen.
you know, young couple starting out.
Could happen.
But yeah, more often they're gonna want to have two bedrooms,
That's
an
right.
office, something, so, okay. That helps me, get comfortable with this, but I understand wanting to dig into it. So I'm fine with the feedback that's been given, kind of specific about, especially if you're looking for incentives, the level of finish, digging in a little bit more on the purchaser approval provisions and the, I'm happy with what I saw about the parking and unit mix, but if folks want, but I feel like we're going in the right direction to be comfortable with this, and I think address people's feedback, and I would be comfortable with what we're talking about. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Funk.
I may have made the mistake and watched the whole planning commission meeting. I think.
I'm sorry, wait a second, what'd you say?
I may have made the mistake for one time and watched the whole planning commission meeting on this application, so I just had a lot of questions based on.
You're being sarcastic, right?
No, yes, sorry, I was just
Okay.
making a joke.
I
watched the
need
whole
everybody to
meeting.
understand, he's being sarcastic.
Yeah, I watched the
Because
whole
we do
meeting, so
want.
just for Mr.
we do-
Peterson.
No,
I
hold
did
on,
watch
I'm
it.
sorry, but it's okay to be sarcastic as long as everybody knows it. So in
Yes,
other
sorry,
words,
sorry.
So in other words, everyone, we do like to watch the planning commission meetings. We respect the work that they do, and that's sarcasm.
Yes.
So, thank you.
I think for me, it is important for this to move forward. I would really like to understand some more on the Class A apartment part of this, because we have 7 units with no elevators. Some of the material finishes, the decking on this is wood versus being a synthetic material. You know, if we're going to incentivize something, you know, with our taxpayers, we need to get a product out here that's going to last forever. And going along with what Councilmember Carlisle said, I think we're getting there. I just need to understand a little bit more about this product. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Lopez.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, just to kind of be more straight and direct, yeah, I can get comfortable with it. I'm not there yet. Kind of the way you stated it, the way it was framed, primarily by Councilmember Carlisle with some of the other comments, I can get there. I think the $1,600 per door is something, you know, again, we can get there. But I would agree. I think the quality of material, aesthetic look is critical if this comes back to us requesting incentives. And, you know, the other issues that have been discussed already, you know, the parking, I think we're getting there. I would agree with the comment as far as the future use of this site is limited. It's been vacant for a long time, and it sounds like the site has challenges itself. But I get the density, I get the commercial ratios and all that kind of stuff. So, but just bring us some quality, and that's something I can get comfortable with the incentive requests. So, thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Hodges.
Thank you. So, in full transparency, I actually attended one of the neighborhood meetings, just as an attendee. I want to point out a few things, because I feel like if things were addressed publicly there, then here and set the record straight on a few things. So I sat in the back and I just took notes. I want to address a few things that Ms. Coffey said when she was presenting to the neighborhood. Verbatim, she says, if we don't get approval for multifamily, then master developer told Milhaus they will try to put a Marshalls instead. PMIX allows for anything the master developer wants to put in. Could be a Kohl's, Marshalls, or Home Depot. Asking public to consider that fact. To that point, I don't feel that it's right if you're going to a neighborhood meeting and it felt a little bit like gaslighting the community. I don't feel like you necessarily have the right to say, hey, if you don't encourage the council to vote for us, then you're going to get something you really don't want. I don't think that that's a good way to approach it. I was cringing as I was sitting in the back of the room. I think that's a bad approach and not very honest with the community, because you don't know what's going in there. So to threaten some big box store, because you obviously know that's something they don't want in their backyard, I think is a very bad move. Also, a comment that was made, you said some council members were elected solely to oppose apartments. I'm not sure where you get this information to be spewing that out to our community that we serve. But the fact that you felt the right to say that to them on our behalf, as if that is a fact, I think that that's wrong. And I think you're a poor representation of what you're trying to bring here. And then also, people were asking you about the parking. And you made multiple comments about city has higher ratios, but they recognize it's too high. The city has indicated they recognize their ratio for parking in a modern world is too high. Even as much to say that the elected officials and the city have basically approved your parking already. That's not factual. It has not been approved, and you were selling it as if it had. And I was thankful, because I knew I couldn't speak up, I was thankful that a community member spoke up and said, hold on a second. The city indicated they would approve it, but it hasn't been approved by the city. And you just said yes. So thankfully, they were smart enough to catch that because it was very deceiving. So I'm just letting you know, if you're asking the city for something right now, if that's how you're going to represent yourself to our community, that we need to have their back and look after them, I'm not impressed. So I walked out of that meeting pretty upset. For one, I would have loved to have said something, but I didn't want to compromise my position up here. But I think you were wrong in what you did and how you represented yourself as Milhaus and how you represented the city on your behalf. You do not have that right to represent us at a community meeting. You do not speak for us. So I just wanted to get that out there, because if you were going to do that publicly to our community members, then I should be able to publicly address it here and say that that was not right. Thank you.
Thank you. Took a big left turn there. Mr. Peterson, you're going to have to respond some way. So step up here to the plate and.
I'm not going to, you had an experience that I didn't have, so I'm going to zoom out, not directly refute anything you said. However, I will say this, that when it comes to the idea of a Marshalls or something like that, I can imagine, again, I wasn't there with you, that because it's what we've talked about and what we've talked to Mr. Christie about, is that the current approved plan, it's not just unzoned property, right? It's master plan, and if we, again, if I had, there's a bunch of slides I could have had. I could show a slide that does have a big box that was approved 2004 maybe? 2003, that does have a big box there and it has all the inline retail right on the site that we're talking about. So again, please don't take this as it was your experience, but maybe that's generally what the idea was, that we're trying to do a new plan that replaces, quote, the Marshalls or whatever, the big box.
All right, Mr. Peterson, hold on. That's not what I thought you would do. I thought you would just say, you need to stick to what it is you're telling us tonight. And if all those things were said, then you need to apologize for your client so that we can figure out how to move forward. Otherwise, we're just done for tonight.
No, we're not done. Then let me start there. That was a version. I apologize for that experience that you had there completely. And I was trying to go to the meat of what was said. I was not trying to.
Because you're diving into the details, but the fact is, we were starting to move forward on how we can get this to be a Class A project.
That's right.
We want to be wowed.
That's right.
If we're going to give these kinds of incentives away, okay? So $1,600 for, I just wonder, is it going to be wow?
Milhaus is ready to wow.
And then is there going to be plenty of parking? Because we don't want a fiasco like we have. I don't even know if it is a fiasco at Echelon. I'd have to ask staff. But the fact is, we could get into that. But we want to know that there's going to be plenty of parking. We want to know that you're going to hold this, that we can have a clause in there that Mr. Bushek can negotiate with you. We just want you to keep saying, yes, 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 we can make these changes for this incentive.
Until this exchange that we had, which is important to have, which I apologize. That's right. I apologize on behalf of Milhaus.
But past that.
Yes, 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 we're ready to meet the yes, yes, yes. I'd be thrilled if this council was posing what you just said. I won't say it all back to you and saying, just make sure that's true when you come back in a few weeks and get with staff. Right. Yes, yes, yes,
quality, let me just hold you accountable because you've got the floor.
Yes, sir.
So Marshall's isn't going in by Arbor Walk. So that's just not even a realistic, that's what I was talking about earlier. What would go in here? That's not an option. So it's not something that you need to address. You need to simply say that's
the existing plan. It's not what we want to do. Exactly. Yeah. I agree.
100%. All right. So I'm going to go to Councilmember Pryor, but I want to wrap this up at this point because we know what we've approved in the past where we've given incentives. We know, Mr. Christie can come speak if you want him to have him come up here, Mr. Peterson. We know what we've approved in the past. We want similar or better product.
Right.
When it comes to luxury. We started using Class A tonight. I don't know, to be quite honest, we haven't used a ton of that verbiage. But we want the amenities that you were talking about. We want the parking. We want the mix. We want the finishes that Councilmember Carlisle was talking about. And then if we put all those things together, my thing I need to know from council is if they get their act together and provide all of these things to our confidence level, are you okay with giving them the sales tax exemption that we always do and the pilots that we always do, but not necessarily at $1,600? It might have to be a little bit more. But that's for you guys to decide if you're okay with that. So with that, Councilmember Pryor, do you want to chime in? I saw you you had your.
I did, but I withdrew my name. No, I was just going to say I received several emails that were at the first neighborhood meeting, and I'd be happy to forward them for public record if I need to, that stated the exact same stuff that Councilmember Hodges heard too. So it happened at both neighborhood meetings, but thank you.
All right, so where are you guys at? Do you want Mr. Christie to come up?
I'm at yes. I think right now I'm at yes, yes, yes. I'm for short speak because I think we know what we're talking about. Quality, parking, get with staff, and you need to be wowed and satisfied when this would come back, both at the zoning and when the Chapter 100 would be voted on.
All right,
I have no quibbles with anything.
The picture that you had, that you kept on the screen for a long time, it was wow.
It was. That's why I'm not concerned about
But
it.
you didn't have the other elevations that she wants.
Which you'll have at council with.
You didn't have the parking that she wants. You didn't have, just a lot of things were missing tonight to give us the confidence to check all the boxes. So.
You know what we need to be ready for.
Can I at least get a look from council members? Am I accurate? Because I need to know, okay. This is good feedback for him? Okay. All right. It's not a no, but you're not a yes. So.
Yeah, we heard the couple of topics that are important, and that's what we have to come back with. It's very helpful.
All right. All right. I do appreciate that Mr. Christie did put a plan together. You referenced show us a plan. I'll take ownership in that, Mr. Christie. I remember years ago putting this whole thing on hold because we were going to parcel it one thing at a time, and I just said, this is not going to work. I didn't think it would work for this council and this community and this city. We needed something more comprehensive. You put that together. I understand we're later on now. You put the senior care in. We're trying to get to the commercial. So this is this component, but we're getting pretty picky about, the product in our town. We want nice. We want more than nice. We want the best. So I think Milhaus has that name and reputation, but they're just going to have to prove it in this room. So.
Understood completely.
All right.
Thank you all for your time.
All right, thank you. All right, well, I'm going to try to push through without a break because council has a long night still ahead. So I'm going to ask our interim city clerk to read resolution number 2510.
Resolution number 2510, a resolution approving the appointment of successor directors to the Board of Directors of the Downtown Lee Summit Community Improvement District.
All right, I have a motion to adopt Bill number 25-086 by Councilmember Carlisle, seconded by Councilmember Funk. Discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. Passes 9-0. Thank you all. And one more. Would you also please read resolution number 2511?
Resolution number 25-11, a resolution approving the appointment of successor directors to the Board of Directors of the Valle Vista Community Improvement District.
Sorry, my screen says something different. Now, yeah, it still says something different. Okay. I have a motion to advance to second reading by Councilmember Is this a motion to adopt? Isn't it a motion to adopt? Yeah. It's a motion to adopt by Councilmember Shields, seconded by Councilmember Carlisle. Our screens are all messed up, Mr. Dunning. This has got to get fixed next week. Yeah. Any discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. We need to start trying to think positively at this point. Good energy and. Here we go. All right. All votes are in. Please record the vote. It's unanimous. Aye. All right. Proposed ordinances forwarded from committee. Councilmember Rader, would you please read Bill number 25-087?
Mayor, I move Bill number 25-087 for second reading, an ordinance authorizing the use of a local cooperative purchasing contract for motor vehicles through the Johnson County, Kansas, Missouri Metro Vehicle Bid Model Year 2025 contract, and authorizing the city manager to execute any documents necessary for the city to participate in the program.
Thank you. We have a motion to move to second reading, Bill number 25-087 by Councilmember Rader, seconded by Councilmember Carlisle. Discussion.
Oh.
I said Bill number 25-087. I'm not looking at that anymore. No more. Oh. Thank you. Yes. Got it now. So it's a motion to advance to second reading by Councilmember Rader, seconded by Councilmember Carlisle. Thank you. I was messing it up, what I was saying. I was messing it up. What? I was messing it up. I'm not on my game.
He's owning up.
Okay. Discussion? I didn't even know what phrase to use earlier. I said left turn, and I should have said out of left field, or I should have said something.
It was upsetting. Upsetting.
All right. So I just didn't see it coming. That's the problem. If I'd seen it coming, I would have been more prepared. But no discussion, then please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. It moves to second reading unanimously. Councilmember Rader, would you please?
Yes, Mayor, I move to adopt Bill number 25-087, an ordinance authorizing the use of a local cooperative purchasing contract for motor vehicles through the Johnson County, Kansas Metro Vehicle Bid Model Year 2025 contract, and the authorizing the city manager to execute any documents necessary for the city to participate in the program.
All right, we have a motion to adopt Bill number 25-087 by Councilmember Rader, seconded by Councilmember Shields. I'm going to ask for discussion. However, I'm going to also wait for Mr. Bushek to clarify something. Can this night get any worse? I'm sorry.
It can always get worse.
We're still not done.
Mayor, I'm going to put up what we have in our in our agendas.
Okay.
It's regarding multiple dealerships for the purchase of vehicles.
I read it for adoption. Oh.
You two
Cooperative
realize that
purchasing.
I'm over here, I'm hanging over here, like waiting for you to tell me what's going on.
Change the
Okay, I just want
wording.
to make sure.
Yep, I just want to make sure that the ordinance,
No.
for the use of
Saying
Johnson
this is
County,
for a period of
Kansas
1 year
Metro Joint
adoption.
Vehicle Bid.
It's different. Somebody made up something different.
Mayor, I would say if we table that, we need to clean this up just to make sure we've got this
Okay.
all dialed in.
Member Carlisle. Do I need a motion to table it?
I'll move it.
If you move to table it,
We're in the middle of a second read.
it's come through committee, so it's in a position to be second
Second
read
read and
and
adopted
fully
right now, yeah.
adopted. But let us,
It's still 25087?
that's what I'm showing, but the title on the actual ordinance that's being read versus the title that's on the agenda are different.
Okay. So I would move to table bill number 25087 to a date of,
Now, hold on a second.
Oh,
Mr. Bouchette?
So at this point, I'm trying to track with the procedure. There's already been a motion, and so the ordinance was read. You
First
made the
read.
motion for second reading. Was there a second for that?
The first reading passed already.
Right, and on the second reading, was there a second?
There was a
Yes.
second.
So I think procedurally, what we should do is the motioner and the seconder should withdraw their motions.
She did already.
Okay,
Councilmember Carlisle withdrew her second.
okay, perfect. So a motion to table is fine. You don't need to do it to a date specific. There's no notices associated
For the
with
record,
this.
Councilmember Shields was the second, and did you remove your, she removed her second.
Okay, so at this point, we've had first reading of this bill, and now your motion to table it would be fine, and you don't have to do to a date specific, or a
okay.
date certain.
So I would move to table bill number 25-087.
I have a motion to table 25087. Do I have a second? Councilmember Funk seconds. Motion to table. Can you change Councilmember Shields to Councilmember Funk, please? There we go. All right. We have a motion to table. Any discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. It is tabled. All right, thank you. All right, proposed ordinances, first reading. Councilmember Funk, would you please read bill number 25-088?
Thank you, Mayor. I advance to second reading bill number 25-088, an ordinance accepting final plat entitled Kensington Farms, 7th Plat, Lot 279 through 324 as a subdivision to the city of Lee Summit, Missouri.
Thank you. I have a motion to move to second reading, advance to second reading. Bill number 25-088 by Councilmember Funk, seconded by Councilmember Hodges. Discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. It's unanimous. Thank you. Committee reports. Councilmember Shields.
Thank you, Mayor. We had a Finance and Budget Committee yesterday. And we had our presentation regarding other funds. So we'd already heard about the general fund. And we will be having the public hearing on the budget next week. Is that correct? Yep. So next council meeting, you guys will get to see all of staff's hard work putting that budget together for this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other committee reports? Okay. Council comments? Councilmember Rader.
Thanks, Mayor. I don't want to get really deep into the weeds with this because I know we have another big task ahead of us, but this is something I think that I keep hearing from people that they're not notified. And I get how it works, but it's just like within the 300 feet, it's just constant with people, especially with, projects that are, of concern to them. So can we maybe take another look at how we're doing that? Because I think, aren't we sending out snail mail, sending out these notices snail mail, or did we change that? I know there's signs, yes.
Amy Nassif, Interim Director of Development. So we exceed the state statute requirements and also our UDO requirements too. So what we do is the applicant is required to send out mail for 300 feet of the subject property, and that is traditional postal service mail. Then we also advertise in the paper, and then we also post the site. And then in addition to that, we do require and have the developer extend even beyond that 300 feet. Oftentimes what we'll do is we'll look at the subject site, and if there's like a street in the way or we're not really capturing, the area very well, then we ask them to even go beyond that. We traditionally will do like 315, 325 feet even, where state statute doesn't actually require those notices at all. Most other cities do anywhere between 185 and maybe 300 feet at max.
Well, do you think it's a problem? Because I think it's a problem because it just keeps coming up all the time. So apparently something's missing there. I don't know. I'm not blaming anybody. I'm just saying that, maybe that's something that we need to look in a little bit further.
Okay, it'll be the second time
Certainly.
in my term that I've done this because I was mayor when we raised it from 185 to 300, and we also made the signs bigger and made the lettering and the font bigger because people were saying it was too small to read and things like that.
We also have a QR code now as well too, which most cities don't do as
So
well.
I think what we should do is come forth with some best practices or thoughts and present it to.
I'll do that.
Yeah.
I'll do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Amy.
Thank you. All right. I feel really bad. I didn't say anything about the Highway Patrol thing, Mr. Dunning. Plan on talking about it in yours? Yeah, I think so, because your staff worked so hard, and this is basically a 6-year project that we celebrated. It was I'm gonna steal your thunder a little bit. It's a five jurisdictions. You had the Missouri Department of Transportation, Missouri Highway Patrol, you had the Lee Summit School District, you had the City of Lee Summit, and you had the Governor's Office of Administration. Quick Trip, and then, honestly, Mr. Bushek, we all got awards the other day, Mr. Dunning, me, Ryan Elam, Steve Arbo. It was Steve Arbo's initial dream, idea, but it was Mr. Bushek that put all these crazy numbers together to get us down the right direction, because that was to be honest, it's like a miracle. Putting that together is I've never seen anything like it at all in my career. So I was really, really impressed. I got to say a few words the other day, and it wasn't really fair because we need to talk about it here, which is we did this really, really, really great thing, and we're going to get a new interchange. We're going to get a new bridge eventually. We're going to get roads that are safe for our kids. We're going to get these outer roads over there at 291 and 50. Of course, it's just, I don't know, it's just a big deal, and super proud of staff. And I just thought the Highway Patrol did a great job of recognizing staff, all of you. But I'll let you take it from there, Mr. Dunning.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I remember the very first meeting, Mr. Arbo was city manager, I was assistant city manager, and we met with MoDOT to talk about the safety of that bridge and the capacity, traffic issues with that interchange, and the response from MoDOT was, well, we just plan on redecking that, and it is what it is, and we just said that's not acceptable. We've got to find other ways, so don't do that. Don't waste those resources redecking the bridge, and you said it well. We put Bushek to work with a mastermind of saying, I got ideas. Let me develop these, and then we started having these conversations with those different partners that you just mentioned, and it is an extremely heavy lift to not only prop up all the dominoes that need to be lined up, but then to knock them down again is the way I put this. And so we are on the tail end of knocking down those dominoes with a property transfer bill down at the state that's in the Senate that we are hearing we don't see any issues with. So we've almost set up all the dominoes and knocked them all down to make all of this happen. So it is a pretty phenomenal project. A ton of work behind the scenes went into this. So.
Well done, sir. All of you, thank you. Did you want to comment on that, Ms. Councilmember? Or can you wait till staff roundtable? Okay. Mr. Dunning, go ahead.
Yep, a few things on staff roundtable. So we had Recycle Fest that was held last weekend. A few stats here: 2 tons of paper brought in, 60 pair of shoes, 2,250 wine corks, 328 prescription glasses, 3,850 pill bottles, 102 keys, 5 gallons of crayons, 55 cell phones, 322 golf balls, all kinds of things turned in. So diverting those from, solid waste, landfills and things of that nature. So pretty successful event there. We have put out information, switching gears here, on our minor home repair program. We work with Habitat for Humanity. So there's information on the city's website for 3 opportunities for open houses where you can learn more about that program. And there's also information online to go out and fill out some information to determine whether or not you qualify for this program. So those dates for the open houses: May 7th, 4 to 6 p.m. These will all be held at the Lee Summit Mid-Continent Library branch, which is the one over off 50 Highway, over by the, what's over there? The Freddy's over there, over in that area. Yep, that's the Lee Summit branch. So May 7th, 4 to 6 p.m., June 7th, 1 to 3 p.m., and July 7th, 5 to 7 p.m. So an opportunity to learn about that program. And then lastly, not too long ago, you passed a resolution for the Blue Shield program, and we already received confirmation from the state that we are recognized as a Blue Shield program, so that allows us to be eligible for any grant funding that may come through that program. So we're very proud of our Lee Summit Police Department and all the things that they're doing to keep us safe, one, but then also qualify and be eligible for those opportunities. So that's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Pryor.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you to Chief Snyder and Chief Eden for all the coordination that it takes. LSFD was able to have a pumper and a rescue covering a fire station, so all the Kansas City firefighters could attend firefighter-paramedic Graham Hoffman's funeral. And they were also able to have a fire truck in the procession. So I just want to say thank you for all that coordination, because I know it's not easy, and I loved seeing Lee Summit be a part of that, so thanks.
Excellent. Yes, Mr. Dunning.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I forgot, Assistant City Manager Crystal Weber has a few updates from the Wellness and Cultural Commissions on some events that she'd like to make us aware of.
Crystal Weber, Assistant City Manager. Hopefully I'll be a better Assistant City Manager than I've been a Deputy Clerk tonight, so I fully resigned, just so you know. Trish will be back next week. Her daughter was getting inducted into the Chinese Honor Society as a high school tonight, so give her a little round of applause. The Cultural Commission, the Wellness Commission, and the Visitors Bureau all had planned to invite you to some events today during their proclamations, but they were also excited and starstruck they forgot. So I got a bunch of texts to do that for them. So For Historic Preservation Month, in a couple of days, you'll see some information come out for a photo contest. So it's open to all, professional photographers, amateurs alike, children with parental permission, but it's to capture what makes Lee Summit Lee Summit. So that could be a picture of a building, an architectural detail, an event, a person with a model form release, which you'll see, of course, thanks to the attorneys. But anything that you or whoever is entering really makes Lee Summit their place, harnessing that power of place they talked about. What are the things we want to preserve about our community for generations to come? So I encourage all of you, skills not required, just heart and narrative. So to submit, you are eligible to win as well. Winners' photos will become the property of the City of Lee Summit, and the Lee Summit History Museum is our partner and can be used in publications. But they will also be on display throughout city property as sort of a gallery exhibit through the summer. So I encourage you to participate. The Preservation Subcommittee is also going to host a children's event at the Farmers Market on May 31st. So kids of all sizes, so big kids count too, are going to come and make treasure boxes and teach children to how to preserve their memories, to start that skill early of keeping what's important to you and keeping it special. It is National Travel and Tourism Week. I know you all received an invitation to come out to the Amtrak station this Friday at 4 o'clock to do just a fun welcome to those boarding and disembarking from the train, and also thanking our Amtrak staff. The Missouri River Runner still has one of the top 3 highest customer service ratings out of all Amtrak lines, so I think those staff deserve to be celebrated. The Visitors Bureau Board has been doing lots of outreach this week to different hospitality partners, restaurants, hotels, attractions, thanking them for their staff and letting them know some things we have coming up to help train those staff, help them feel supported, help them be the best ambassadors for Lee Summit. They also want to invite you out again. They're going to do an activity this weekend at the Farmers Market, just spreading awareness about the Visitors Bureau, about tourism, and getting local folks excited. So come out and win some free stuff from the Visitors Bureau. For Bike Walk Month, there'll be a children's activity at the Farmers Market on May 17th to help kids have a little tool to help them get outside and get more active. And then there's going to be a bike safety clinic in cooperation with our friends in the parks. So Lee Summit Parks and Recreation and the Wellness Commission are going to host a bike safety clinic and group bike ride May 31st at Legacy Park. So there'll be more information about that. There's also going to be a bike helmet giveaway. So if you're anyone that has small children who either don't have a helmet yet or have recently outgrown their helmet, we'll have some free helmets to give away at all youth sizes. So we have a nice commercial partner in Bike Stop who's going to come out and do some free safety training and also some giveaways. You'll be able to test out e-bikes. So maybe if you're new to cycling and are a little intimidated by a regular trail or road bike, you can come out and try their e-bikes for free. And then for Mental Health Month, they did an event at the Farmers Market last week, and then they've been out doing 988 education to different businesses. You all received some 988 information on your desk, as well as some chocolate from the Visitors Bureau. We had to balance out the mood. Any questions? And then, Mayor, if I can, I want to show one picture, if they'll give me the overhead. Back there.
That's Mayor Pryor. You want to ask a question?
Thank you.
I'm sorry. You're right. I can change it.
Go ahead.
Can you email us all of those dates? Thank you.
So I just wanted to say if it'll stay awake long enough, the Cultural Commission hosted in partnership with Public Works this week, the summit, week before last as well. We had 6 neighborhoods participate, and this was a family who, their neighborhood was pretty clean. They had just done some stuff in their neighborhood as well, so they decided to come and pick up Lee Summit. I just thought this was such a great reflection of our community, that you've got a family starting with their youngest, teaching them to be a good resident. So thank you for supporting that effort.
Hey, thank you. Thank you for the report. Okay. I need a motion to take us into closed session. Councilmember Shields?
Pursuant to Section 610-2113 of the revised statutes of the State of Missouri pertaining to individually identifiable personnel records, performance ratings, or records pertaining to employees or applicants for employment, I move to enter closed session.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion to move into closed session by Councilmember Shields, seconded by Councilmember Hodges. Discussion? Seeing none, can I get a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Funk?
Aye.
Councilmember Lovell?
Aye.
Councilmember Hodges?
Aye.
Councilmember Rader?
Aye.
Councilmember Pryor?
Aye.
Councilmember Carlisle?
Aye.
Councilmember Shields?
You said aye.
I said
think
aye,
you
although
didn't
I
pick
was
it up.
thinking no,
It's
so
okay.
you probably corrected on
Mayor
that.
Pro Tem Lopez?
Aye.
Mayor Baird?
Aye. Thank you all. Have a good night.